What's good, the peoples? How is everybody doing tonight? Put my chat on screen here. People in my Discord were talking about balls, and I was like, hey, if you're going to be talking about balls, you might as well just go to my YouTube stream. So I finished integrating all the layout stuff. It's all the stuff you see over there. My finger disappeared off camera. Like, I have a finger, and then it just vanishes. I gotta go way further. It's way over here. Oh my god. I gotta lean all the way over here for the void to eat my hand. Anyway, all this stuff down here is done. So, it should accurately reflect the most recent tip and the best super chat of the day and how many members we have. I worked really hard on it. It took a long time, actually. Because it doesn't work at all like the Twitch integration that I had previously. So I had to completely learn a new system. But that's done. And I think it's just AGAMA grinding all night tonight. Honestly. So for most Final Fantasy games, I probably won't do big grinding sessions right in the middle of the story, but for this one I think we'll just do all the grinding while we play. Buffface, thank you for your membership. Thank you for making Prompto sing. He does so love to sing. Now let's see if the stream updates itself properly. I can actually... The alert popped up, that's a good sign. And I think the little membership thing updated too, didn't it? Does it say 3 now? Nice. Alright, so those all work fine. We'll do something special when we get to our first 10 members. I haven't decided exactly what yet. We'll see when we get there. Kupo chat is what I'm calling super chat because it makes a little Moogle sound whenever you super chat. So I put a Moogle on the screen. It's Final Fantasy themed. See? Even the little member bar that fills up when we get new members is Final Fantasy themed. The whole UI is themed after Final Fantasy IX. That was the intent originally. I think Final Fantasy IX just has really nice looking UI. Nice looking menus and looks really clean and a little playful, which you might want in a menu like that. Most of the sound effects don't come from Final Fantasy IX. I've got the white magic sound effect from Final Fantasy IV and the revival sound effect from Final Fantasy VII. Just the Moogle sound is from Final Fantasy IX. But Prompto is my favorite Final Fantasy IX character. That much is accurate. That's the wrong room. Now that I'm down here, I shouldn't have to heal anymore, because we've walked through all the lava. Oh, I don't think I can run from this fight. There's going to be a lot of spamming of heal staff, yes, and a lot of fighting of Agamas. We need to get to level 30 before we can promote, in order to ensure good stat gain. So we're just going to settle in, resigned to the grind. The next step is to add the rest of my Twitch emotes into the YouTube interface. That's the next step. But I've got to find my old laptop where I have the working images for those. Because Twitch only saves like the actual tiny one. Because, yeah, that Rubik's Cube emote doesn't really look like a Rubik's Cube. You can tell that I'm not an artist by looking at that. Alright, here we are. We've got a ways to go. And with the money that we get down here, we should be able to afford all of our cabins and tents and miscellaneous stuff. I guess softs would be the next purchase, because softs are the next most expensive thing. Well, I know it looks like a cube, because for a base for that emote, I used the D6 from the Binding of Isaac. I wasn't going to draw my own cube. That's ridiculous. Although now that I think about it, I guess I didn't think about it, but I'll bet Binding of Isaac probably has a Rubik's Cube item in it now. It has every other item in the known universe that you can pick up. When Ziza does not one-shot the Agama, that's a slow fight. That's better than previously when he had the Ice Sword, where the slow fight was 2 rounds long. I haven't even started reading Hogfather yet. I got to get on it. Maybe I'll start that tonight, since I don't have any more pressing stream work to do tonight. I do need to put something up there. Like, I need to make a logo or something for the almost perfect save. This looks kind of empty. Empty and sad. I have a thing that I made for Final Fantasy 1 randomizer. It's just, it looks kind of cool. It just says randomizer, though. It doesn't say almost perfect save. People be like, why are you grinding Agamas in randomizer? I must have looked on the Isaac wiki for a Rubik's Cube and didn't find one, and that's why I tried to make one. But the other two icons I have are the rooster giving the thumbs up and my old dead Chihuahua's floating head. I considered making a Lulu emote, and maybe I still will, but I did promise that I would keep the Rydia emote forever, and so I shall. One thing I don't see on YouTube that I see a lot on Twitch are cross promotions using emotes. Like on Twitch, if you subscribe to somebody's channel, you can use their emotes in anybody's channel. So you'd see a lot of different channels' emotes all the time. And you could use your own emotes to kind of promote your channel elsewhere. I don't know if YouTube has a similar system or not, or if you're a member to this channel, the emotes are only good here, or what the haps is. Don't actually know. And we have like 30 emote slots. Like if I I could add any number of emotes now. I'm not Twitch limited me to I think 6 total, 3 of which were only for like huge tier subscribers that I don't think anybody on Twitch actually uses the $20 subscriber level. I think that's ridiculous. So the point of this party is I can have almost every magic spell in the game. So I'm trying to get the almost perfect save, which means access to as much magic as possible. So I need the red mage to get the 4th spell of each magic set for each level. So the only 2 spells I'll be missing are 2 level 8 spells, 1 white and 1 black. And then the 4th character is a fighter because a fighter can use most of the equipment in the game. So this party gives me access to every spellcasting item, almost every magic spell, except for Stop and Exfer, we're not going to buy, and a character that could equip almost everything in the game. I think when we do the PSP version, we're going to go with Thief, Monk, White Mage, Black Mage, because you can forget spells in that version, so I don't need a 3rd mage. A ninja can use most of the equipment in the game, plus that version of the game has a lot more ninja-specific equipment, so we'll still have access to pretty much all the gear if we want. And then who doesn't love Monk? Exfer is Dispel, but I don't think it works in this game. I think it's one of the many spells that are bugged and do not work. So, like, if an enemy casts Wall on itself, there's like 6 enemies in the whole game that can buff themselves that Exfer is conceivably useful for. One of which lives in the volcano, the Wizard Ogre can cast Ruse on itself. How do I know so much about Final Fantasy? Well, Final Fantasy 1 came out in 1990. And I was a young child And we owned 3 video games, and one of them was Final Fantasy. So we played a lot of this. And then every subsequent Final Fantasy game that came out, I just played over and over again. That's how I know so much about Final Fantasy. And every time I play them, I learn new stuff. To get better than I am at Final Fantasy 1, the next step would be to start memorizing the encounter lists. Then you're kind of at speedrunning level where if you memorize the encounter list, then you can worry about... the only RNG you have to worry about are your step counts, which I think can be mitigated quite a lot. That means knowing what encounters to take on which floors of which dungeons, so you don't get blindsided by wizards or sorcerers or something nasty. And there's still a considerable amount of RNG inside certain battles that has to be mitigated or planned around. I don't have much interest in speedrunning games in general. Especially not RPGs where you have to like literally memorize a step route or you ruin the entire run. I think Dragon Quest III is particularly bad about that. It has an RNG manipulation step route where if you take one false step 3 hours into the run, that's it. You're done. You're over. I would like to get a repro cart of Final Fantasy III so I can play Final Fantasy III on hardware. The problem is the ROMs that float around for Final Fantasy III, the fan translation is okay, but it's not complete. There's still parts of the game that are just garbage text instead of English. And English is preferable if you're talking about an old game. I feel like if I had a repro card of Final Fantasy III, my like classic Final Fantasy collection could be complete. Because I don't need to own a cart of Final Fantasy II. Nobody does. So as far as I know, this is the most efficient spot in the game to get experience points. I think the second level grind, when we go to 50, I think we'll do it in Flying Fortress. We might take a break and go kill Tiamat at some point, just for a change of scenery. The problem is, I can't carry any more treasure right now. My armor inventory is full. Until I promote and equip some of the stuff that Ziza can't wear right now, because he's a fighter, not a knight. Dawn of Souls is my preferred Final Fantasy one, if I'm just going to sit down and play it. But for this project, I'm going to play the PSP version, which apparently has a bonus dungeon that I've never played through, which I'd never heard of until the other day. Sometimes there's 4 zombie Ds. Sometimes, like most of the time, there's only 1. Actually, I don't know that I've ever seen 4 on that tile. But the problem with an area like that, or the eye in the ice cave, is you step off of the spiked square every other step, which means you are privy to other encounters in the dungeon. And there is some stuff in both the ice cave and in the Castle of Ordeals that is pretty nasty. Whereas this section here, these Agamas are pretty good experience, and the 2 spiked squares are right next to each other. I'm not actually advancing my step count at all. I'm not going to get a regular volcano encounter. And even if I did, there's nothing in the volcano that's really nasty that's going to kill me. Like, the red dragon lower in the volcano is also pretty good for grinding like this, if you are wont to do it. But I like the Agamas because you can easily kill them in one round. You don't advance the step counter at all. Maybe when we're done grinding here, instead of walking out of the volcano, we'll walk through it and kill KARY. The problem is I can't loot any... Well, looting the volcano I could do because I'm not keeping any of this garbage anyway. Actually, I should loot the volcano first. Because I don't think my armor inventory is full yet. I want to make sure I loot the volcano when I have empty spots in my armor inventory. Because I'm just going to drop all the armor I get in here anyway. But I need an empty spot to pick it up or else the treasure box won't be opened. I used to do Kaizoku farming on cartridge, and that's dangerous because on the NES, whenever you power down the NES, you got to do a hard reset. It's not enough to just hit the reset button. You have to actually power down the console and turn it back on. And every time you do that on the NES, it like sends a power surge or whatever that was bigger than intended, which has a chance of like frying the battery for a second and erasing your save. Which is why all Nintendo games that have battery backup say to push reset, hold reset while you turn the power off. Because the reset sends like a slightly lower voltage, whatever, electronics jargon. And it was safer to turn the power off, but it still wasn't completely safe. It is still possible to wipe your save by hitting reset, if you're unlucky. I held reset long into the Super Nintendo era, just out of habits. I don't know how common it actually was, and I don't know how effective holding reset actually was, but I've definitely had battery wipes on NES cartridges. I suspect my Final Fantasy I battery would need to be replaced if I wanted to play on hardware anymore. That Bane Sword doesn't work often on these Agamas, but when it does, it's pretty nice. I know the battery in my Super Metroid cartridge is kaput. It doesn't do anything anymore. But some of these old NES batteries are troopers. I've got games out there that probably will still fire up and load saves after 20 years of not being booted at all. I get confused about what spells are bugged in the NES version. I thought Lock and Lock 2 were both bugged. It turns out they are bugged, but in different ways. The Lock spell just doesn't work, and Lock 2 does the opposite of what it's supposed to. It raises enemy evasion instead of lowers it. The thing is, there's only like 5 actually useful spells in the whole game. So typically when I do a vanilla run, or even a randomizer run, I only get spells that I know I'm going to use. Lit 2, Fast, Nuke, Fade, the Cure line, Life if I actually have a White Wizard. Either Fire 2 or Harm 2 for batches of undead. Every spell that does damage is bugged because none of them key off of your intelligence stat. They only do the base power of the spell. So basically every spell in the game is bugged in some way, and some are just bugged in more interesting ways than others. Hilariously, I think the instant death spells like Quake probably are working as intended. Temper is a great spell in the remakes, and it doesn't stack indefinitely. It stacks up to a ceiling. You can, once you get to like 255 strength or whatever, it's not going to stack anymore. But I have killed the final boss of Dawn of Souls in one shot using stacked temper. I hope the PSP version dies the same way. Yeah, I think we should loot the volcano now. We already got these boxes, right? Yeah, we already did. Here's the problem. If I loot the volcano later, I'll end up coming through here with 16 armor pieces in my inventory, and I'll have to drop probably a pro ring in order to actually take the armor out of this dungeon and properly drop it. Oh, I didn't open that box. Glad I checked. There is some kindling in this box. It's not a big deal. I can always just buy another pro ring, but when I go through to loot the floating castle, there's armor pieces I want in there, but I'll be throwing away the mage's bracelets in order to pick them up. Well, we're getting 12 hundo per AGAMA. I really thought there were 2 AGAMA fights here sometimes. I thought this formation could roll 2 AGAMAs, but I guess not. We bought 99 houses already. We spent 300,000 gil on 99 houses. Max gold is one of the things I'm going to max out in this game, but I don't think I'm going to max out my money in most of the other Final Fantasy games. It kind of depends on what the max gold is. Like farming up like 99 billion gil would take longer than any other grinding situation in any other Final Fantasy game. That's just an obnoxiously huge number. Most Final Fantasy games, I suspect their max gil is just set at something that is practically infinite, like a number that no reasonable player will ever hit. Max gil in this game is only 6 digits, though, so it's actually very feasible to hit it. But we just spent all of our gold on 99 houses. That's the most expensive thing we need to buy. The next most expensive thing is 99 softs, which won't put nearly as big of a dent. The only thing you really spend money on this game are potions and magic. And starting equipment. But I very rarely buy other equipment over the course of the game. I just know where the good equipment is in boxes. Like, I know to pick up the short sword. I know to pick up where I can get bracelets. And so the starting equipment and pro rings, really, is all you need to buy. If you actually saved up like 20,000 gold or whatever it is to buy that steel armor in Melmond, I'm sorry. definitely wasn't worth 20,000 gold, that's for sure. I think that's what it cost, is 20,000. I think a lot of people, like, it's pretty popular to farm up 4,000 gold for a silver sword before going into the Marsh Cave. That's a grind I think a lot of people do. Much shorter because it's only 4,000 gold, and you get some experience levels as you do it, but if you can complete the Marsh Cave using magic, as soon as you get the key, you get 3 free swords that are pretty much just silver swords. The rune sword, the were sword, and the dragon sword all have basically the same stats as a silver sword. Yo, it's Lysander. What's up, Lysander? Very excited for this project. You literally tuned in during the most boring grind we've done yet. This is our 4th grinding session. You missed the Pinktail grind. That's already done. Well, the first Pinktail grind. We'll be doing another one. So I actually looked into it, and in the PSP version, in one of the bonus dungeons, there's a floor that spawns an encounter with 8 pink puffs. Which, as far as I can tell, will be able to win the same way we won in the Steam version. But it has a much larger chance of dropping a Pinktail, because you're fighting 8 of them instead of 3. Never actually farmed a Pinktail in that version of Final Fantasy IV, though. Yeah, so let's do this grind for another half hour or so, and then we'll push through here and kill KARY. I don't think KARY's a threat right now, and we're here so we can kill her, and then we'll have to recharge our spells, and then we can go through the volcano and loot it. Almost all the treasure in here we're just going to throw away, because we won't have room to carry it. And then I think we'll go kill Kraken, because there is actually treasure in the bottom half of the Sea Shrine we'll keep. There's a ribbon down there that we will keep. But we should probably get those 2 dungeons out of the way while we have the 2 armor slots to play with. We will have more armor slots, though, once we promote. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm opening a treasure box containing a piece of armor I want to keep in the floating castle and not have anywhere to put it without dropping a pro ring. That's the situation I want to avoid. I also kind of don't want to loot the floating castle until I have exit. Because that's a lot of walking across 2 pretty large floors than just to get wiped in 1 round to a Warmech. I usually don't do the orbs in order, because there's no reason to come to the volcano at all during the game. But because this is the best, most efficient, like, lowest brain power grinding spot that I know of for experience points that's easily accessible to me, I just happen to be in the volcano. And I do want to open every treasure box in the game, but to do that I need an open inventory slot on my armor screen, which I'm not going to have after a certain point. I need to loot the floating castle last. The last piece of armor I get needs to be probably either the white or black shirt or the ribbon out of the floating castle. There's also just a cloth in the floating castle. If that's the last box I open, because I don't know which box is which, but if that's the last box I open, I'm going to have to throw away a pro ring and then buy another one after I get rid of the cloth. There is a chatbot in. It says it's in the channel, but I don't. We haven't been able to get it to work yet. So, like, there should be an uptime command and a cube command. Excalibur is bugged in the sense that all weapons in this game that are supposed to hit an enemy weakness do not hit that weakness. Also, the bit that is supposed to tell the weapon what its critical hit chance is also bugged. Your critical hit chance instead just looks at the weapon's index number. So you can think of like every weapon in the game being in an ordered list, and the ones at the bottom have the highest crit chance because they have the highest number. So every weapon in the game is bugged. None of the weapons in the game have the proper critical hit chance. And any weapon that's supposed to hit an enemy weak point does not work. Excalibur is supposed to have a weakness to everything bit set. So it's supposed to do extra damage to every monster. Whereas the Vorpal sword that we got is supposed to have the highest critical hit chance in the game, but it doesn't. So as a result, the Mazmune that you get in the final dungeon ends up being the most powerful weapon just because it's the last weapon. It's the highest attack power and it has the highest critical hit chance. We're going to be giving that sword to Noah in this party. So Ziza can carry the Excalibur and KARY can carry his Sun Sword. Right now Ziza is using KARY's Sun Sword, because with the Sun Sword, Ziza can sometimes one-shot these Agamas. I have no idea what the QA process even looked like in Japan in the 1980s. Keeping in mind that Square at the time was like a very small company. They weren't like a juggernaut like they are today. So I have no idea what their QA even looked like. I know from experience that if you don't have like a proper QA program, like people who are actually playtesting your stuff, just as a programmer, it's easy to make something and be like, oh yeah, this works fine. And then never ever realize that it doesn't work fine. Yeah, we know that Final Fantasy I and several of Square's other games from this era were programmed by Nasir. And as far as we know, it was just him doing it. Like, yeah, he probably even did all the QA himself. There's a story that goes around. I'm not sure if it's true, but it goes around. In Final Fantasy II, apparently he made the Ultima spell bad on purpose because he liked the idea of, for some reason, of heroes sacrificing themselves for like a crucial super weapon that turned out to not be any good. For some reason that amused him. And the game's director thought it was a bug and asked him to fix it, and he told him he wasn't going to fix it. And then the director tried to fix it, but the code was such terrible spaghetti code that he couldn't figure out how. So the game shipped with a bad Ultima spell. That's the legend behind it. I have no idea how much of that story is true, but no part of it would surprise me. Am I a programmer? Goodness no, I'm terrible at programming. I know just enough about programming to know that I can't do it. Drives me up the wall. Like, okay, you see this thing right here? This little thing here where it rotates my my blog link and my YouTube channel, my Twitter and stuff? That's a little bit of CSS code that I wrote, and it took me 16 hours. It took me all day. And 3 bottles of Jack. I need to figure out what to put there for my Discord links. I'd like to have my little Discord channel button. It's not a button, but Like, let people know that there is a Discord channel. There's a Discord link down in the description, but nobody reads the description, so... I wanted to make a, for my Final Fantasy Villainous table in Tabletop Simulator, I wanted to make a little villain selector, so, like, you just push a button and it spawns in all the stuff you need to play whatever villain you picked. I spent weeks trying to figure it out. It's just some basic Lua scripting. Just basic pointers, like, spawn in this object at this size at this location. I spent weeks and I couldn't crack it. I had to get my buddy Nodal to come online with me one night, and he's like, just, honey, just sit still, and I'll program it for you, and I'll let you know when I'm done. And that's exactly what he did. God bless him. We don't want to promote until level 30, and so the crunch we're under right now is my inventory is almost full, and there's, like, I want to equip this heal helmet and this Aegis shield and this dragon armor, and if I do that, I can free up some space in my inventory, but I can't equip them until we promote. Unpromoted characters in this game get better stats at level up than promoted characters do, on average. So if you promote as soon as you can, like at level 13 or whatever, you're going to end up with less powerful characters by the end of the game in terms of raw stats. I'm not trying to min-max my stats perfectly. It's the almost perfect save, not the actually perfect save. But since we're going to level 50, we might as well promote late and get decently high stats as we're going. The problem I'm finding, though, is you can't cast Warp or Exit with unpromoted characters. So, all the grind spots like this are kind of aggravating to get to because I've got to walk all the way to them and then walk all the way back. Basically, everything is different between this version of Final Fantasy 1 and the Dawn of Souls version. There's a kind of in-between version called Final Fantasy Origins. It was released for the PlayStation 1. That's basically this with I think most of the bugs fixed and nicer graphics. But then Dawn of Souls did some major rebalancing. Dawn of Souls, for example, your max level is 99 instead of 50. They rebalanced the characters, like thieves start with really high accuracy. So a thief is very, very good in that game because their weapons get a lot of hits. Your characters have magic points instead of spell charges. And intelligence factors into both spellcasting and magic item use. So a black wizard is better at casting spells than a red wizard is. And then all the bonus content, and I think enemies were rebalanced too in some places. The final boss of this version of the game has 2,000 hit points. The final boss of Dawn of Souls, I think, has 20,000. The two games are different enough that I want to play both of them in this project. And then you have the bonus dungeons, which I actually enjoy the bonus dungeons in the Dawn of Souls and the other remakes quite a bit. Where you get to fight all the extra bosses and get crazy stuff. So the monk didn't get gimped in Dawn of Souls. What happened was... So in this version of the game, you have a stat called Absorb. Absorb is how much damage mitigation you have. An attack hits you for 100 damage. If you have... Just taking a look here. I've got 54 Absorb, so I'll absorb most of that. Whereas you've got 33 Absorb. The Black Mage can take a lot more damage from the same attack. For whatever reason, the monk's Absorb does not get checked in the game properly. Instead, it just checks his experience level. So whatever level your monk is, that's the Absorb rating he has. Or maybe it's double his level, I forget exactly. But the idea is you can have a very powerful monk, because if you level up to level 30, that's higher than you can get with any like actual armor you could give him. So you have a much tankier monk than you would have, that you're supposed to have. And the remakes just fixed that bug. So you do have to put armor on your monk. Then the PSP version has a new Wacky Shack bonus dungeon where you like build your own final boss based on decisions you make in the dungeon. I have no idea how it works. No doubt it will be extraordinarily tedious. But I think the way the bug works is when the monk levels up, it's his absorb is set to some function of his level until you go into the armor screen. So you just, once you get to like level 30 or so, your monk has higher absorb than he's ever supposed to have. I'm thinking 12 will take the longest in terms of sheer time, but I don't know that for a fact. I think Final Fantasy X is also a contender, because there's just a lot of stuff that needs to be done in 10. My understanding with the super bosses at the end of Final Fantasy X requires you to go across the sphere grid in that game. Anything that gives you like +1 to a stat, you need to destroy that sphere and replace it with a +4. Otherwise, your stats just aren't high enough to hang with the super bosses. I don't know how much of that customization is actually necessary for the super bosses. But Final Fantasy XII has a bunch of rare game and bestiary stuff, which I suspect will take a long time. Yeah, just Zanmato all the bosses. We'll just Yojimbo everybody. Yojimbo. I don't think I've ever even... I must have gotten Yojimbo before. Because I did a playthrough of Final Fantasy X. The first time I played the game, I did all the Celestial Weapon stuff. And I can't imagine I did all of that, but didn't get the summons. But I don't actually remember ever using Yojimbo. So who knows? But yeah, I'm expecting 100+ hours out of both 10 and 12. The question is, when I do Final Fantasy 12, do I do it from a standard new game and level everybody to 99 by the end? Or do I do it on New Game Minus? Oops, I took a wrong step there. I advanced the step counter by 1. Or do I try to do it on New Game Minus, so I do a full clear of everything in the game at level 1? I don't remember Blitzball much from 10-2. I must not have done much of it. I think I did just enough to get the in-game percentage counter to say 100. Because that game has content that doesn't count towards the in-game percentage, which unlocks the best ending. So there's some content in that game I've never done. Oh man, am I going to have to play through all of Zodiac Age twice? Do all that... all the bestiary grinding twice? I actually have a copy of Football Manager 2019. It was in like a Steam charity thing that I bought. Because sometimes you find those charity bundles and it has like 1 or 2 games that you want. And I'm like, oh cool. And it has like 40 games that you don't care about. But I installed Football Manager and played it for a few hours. That's the end of that story. That's where that explanation ends. Doesn't need to go any further than that. I was informed on Discord that it's not actually possible to take one of the low-tier football clubs in Uruguay and win the World Cup. You're supposed to take the low-tier football company in Uruguay and then level yourself up so you can eventually take over like one of the top tier teams in one of the 4 countries that cares about soccer. I was like, man, I want to bring my Uruguay peoples to the World Cup. One thing I remember in that game was like, I don't know how anything works in that game. I should start there. Like, I never... It's so incredibly complicated that it's impossible for any newcomer to figure anything out. So, but there's a screen where, like, you're at a press conference or something, and the guy is like, so you're in charge of the Uruguay, like, bootlickers or whatever the lowest tier team in Uruguay is called. Like, what are your goals for this season? And you have, like, a list of goals you can choose from that you're going to tell the press who's covering the bootlicker tier footballer teams in Uruguay, like, what your goals are. And one of the goals is, we're going to the World Cup, baby. So, of course, that's what I said. Like, I'm not going to go to a press conference and not say we're going to the World Cup. And then after I got back, like, apparently they cut my funding because I had unrealistic goals. Like, a more realistic goal was that we would avoid relegation by mid-season. It's like, man, I don't want to play a video game where my goal is to avoid relegation by mid-season. I want to go to the World Cup, baby! I don't play soccer games, so I actually don't want to go to the World Cup. But after 3 hours or so, I had my fill of that game. I hope somewhere there's like a crazy challenge run video of somebody starting out with the Uruguay bootlickers and making it all the way to the World Cup, but I've been told that that's probably not possible. Oh well. Yeah, the Gay Dragon Bro dating simulator thing turned out to not be a game. It's just like a PDF, like a tabletop game. And it's not even a game. It's just... I don't even... It's just a PDF that's like, here are sexy things that gay dragons would say to each other and be bros. It's like, what? This is a game? So that was part of the Itch.io bundle. This year, Itch.io did a bundle supporting Black Lives Matter, and they basically just went on the website and said, if you want to be part of this bundle, you can be. So, of course, 35,000 people who have published objects on Itch.io said that, yeah, I want to be part of this bundle. So you paid $5 for the bundle, and you got, like, Night in the Woods and a couple of other, like, big tier projects, and then just this deluge of absolute nonsense. Like, everybody who drew like a hexagonal tile set for personal use and posted on Itch.io was part of this bundle. And I own all of these things now, and there's so much of it. And so much of it is just terrible. Like, just the bottom tier... Like, not even video games. Like, PDFs and stuff. Like, if you think tabletop role-playing games have too many rules, here's one... Like, for sex-positive space fighters wearing colanders on their heads. That's how granular these get. All of these things are somebody's weird fetish, and I own all of them now. I should probably look on YouTube and find people who've won the World Cup with Andorra. That'd be funny. Buttface said he was going to go through the entire bundle and play every single game and then make a list of the good ones. But as far as I know, he gave up. And I told him he was going to give up. I told him it was not possible. I made the argument, okay, that itch.io should have done some curation with their bundle. Not just open the floodgates and say, okay, everybody's everything can be in the bundle. Because it turns into one of those, like, Chinese bootleg NES carts. 35,000 games! Well, yeah, if 4,000 of them are just Contra with palette swaps, sure. Like, me and my brother bought one of those at a flea market once. Like, 83,000 games. You'll never need another video. And then, like, they're just Circus Charlie, and each one is just a title with a random jargon of letters, but it's all just Circus Charlie, man. That's what this itch.io bundle was. It was just Circus Charlie all the way down. The Football Manager was not part of that itch.io bundle. It was part of another bundle I bought around the time. And I forget why I bought it. There was something in there that I saw that I wanted, but I forget what. But yeah, buying these bundles, like my Steam library, after a decade of seeing these bundles, like here's one game you want and 30 games you don't. My Steam library is looking pretty eclectic these days, and Steam has no idea what the hell I like to play. Steam cannot recommend a game to me to save my life. I cannot get Steam to recommend me games that are like Myst and Riven, even though I've bought all of the games like that on Steam. When a new one comes out that I might enjoy, I still have to learn about it through word of mouth. In fact, I think if I go to the Steam page for Abduction, there's a little blurb that says, "This doesn't look like games that you like to play." Part of that is because Steam's algorithm, I'm sure, is designed to push new releases kind of exclusively. But another part of it is I own so many games in my Steam library that it just has no idea what the hell I like. It just gives up. It's like, you just buy random stuff, don't you? You just literally just buy random stuff. See you later, Jude. Thanks for hanging out, man. I will never stop buying bundles, though, ever. Are you kidding? You get 30 games for $8. Why would you not buy the bundles? Someday I might be happy that I own Realpolitik 4, which is another game I tried to play for a little while. I'm like, I'm gonna play some of this. After an hour, I was like, ooh, I don't know, man. I used to be able to go to my Steam recommendations and kind of consistently wishlist things. Like, there's a button you can push, like, called your Discovery Queue, which uses its own algorithm to push new releases and its recommendation pages for you to find games it thinks you might like. Like, here's what we think you might be into. But that Discovery Queue is just nonsense for me anymore. It's like, here's the 3 games that came out this week, and here's, I don't know, man. We just closed our eyes and picked some stuff at random for you. But I used to be able to use that Discovery Queue to put a bunch of stuff on my wish list, and now it's useless to me now. Alright, so we've been grinding for an hour. How many actual levels have we gained here? Let's take a look. I think we were 23 when we came down, so we're like 2 levels per hour, and that's gonna, or 3 levels per hour for the other characters, and that's gonna go down. And we're at 300,000 gil again. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to push through to KARY, because we're right here. We'll take down KARY. We will go and replenish spell charges, and we'll come back and loot this dungeon. Because we have 2 empty armor spots, we might as well make use of them while we have them. The bulls are running away. The bulls don't want anything to do with this at all. I don't have anti-fire as a magic spell because I'm going to give that to Ziza. So I guess we are doing the orbs in order. Weirdly enough. I could go kill Tiamat and not loot the floating castle yet. That might be good for some experience. Any chores I can do now that would be good for gaining experience points is worth doing. You fight, you fast. Yourself, you have nothing you can do. Invis 2 actually. Yeah, Invis 2. You fast him. Ooh, attacking Ziza is not going to get you there, baby. Not going to happen. You just have nothing you can cast. Like, you're just not good at anything here. Cast Fire 3. It's possible to delete spells in every other version of the game other than this one, which is why I need the Red Mage to... let's cast that then. Which is why I need the Red Mage. The Red Mage's only job in this party is to learn spells that Noah and Zoc cannot learn. So KARY was about the equivalent of an AGAMA for experience points. That's funny. Alright. So we're like 4 levels away from level 30. Maybe by the time we loot the volcano and the sea shrine and kill Tiamat, we'd be popping a few. So one of the goals is open every treasure box in the game. Oop, we gotta start with this one though. This is another spiked square that's actually really good to use for randomizer, because this bottom row of squares inside of a room can never have an encounter. But this is a spiked square. So you can trigger this spiked square without advancing the step counter. So it's a good grinding spot. Because it's right here at the beginning of the volcano. It's just not worth quite as much as an AGAMA is. I enjoyed City Skylines when I played it, but I didn't play nearly as much of it as I thought I was going to. Same with Planet Coaster. And then following that game leading up to release, because I'm such a Roller Coaster Tycoon fan, like I thought I was going to play the tits off that game. And then I ended up hardly playing it at all. So I just picked up a silver helmet out of that box. The important thing there is that I emptied the box. if my inventory was full, for example, if I had more armor and I didn't have anywhere to put the silver helmet, the box would have just said can't hold anymore, and then it would not let me open it. So in order to open every treasure in the game, I have to actually take every item out of every box. Oh, so I should not have 99 houses then, because some of these are going to be houses. I didn't think about that. There is no risk of dying in the volcano. No, I'm. So Perilisks have an ability called Squint that is instant death, but we have Pro Rings. Pro Rings reduce the chance of death elemental attacks, which is a thing in this game, to hitting only 1 out of 255 times. So they virtually can never hit me. I need to leave the dungeon, use a couple of heal potions, and then use a couple of houses. Giant sword, I think I'm actually keeping. Nope, no I'm not. I lied. Yeah, because if any box in here is a house or a heal potion, I can't actually take it. Anti-flan properties are apparently a real thing. Not in this game, but in Final Fantasy IV, yeah. Just equipping the blood sword made Cecil take half damage from flans. I don't know why. There's not really a chance I could die, because even if somebody gets hit with that squint, I only lose one character. And if it's anybody but Noah, Noah can bring them back to life. And if it is Noah, then I can still just leave the dungeon. So no, there's zero chance that I could get killed in the volcano. Like, these Perilisks are probably the scariest monster in here because they can squint, but they would have to roll 4 1 in 256 chance hits in a row, and I don't even think there's an RNG seed in the game that would allow that. I think it's probably literally impossible. There are enemies that have insta-death attacks that are not death elemental, but not in this dungeon. To protect against those, I would need ribbons, or I think the Aegis shield protects against some of them. Or just being high level. Oh yeah, we're at the point now where stuff's going to run away. What's funny is if you ever try a Thief solo run in this game, Thief is so weak that even at level 20, you can't really fight stuff around Elfland to level up to kill Astos. Even at level 20, Thief is still too weak to do that. But at that level, enemies will run away from him, thereby making his grind even longer. Thief is the only solo game I have not completed in Final Fantasy 1. Alright, we'll have to see if there's any houses or heals down here. I mean, if there's heals, I think I can Here, let's just not use... I don't have any spellcasting items. Alright, just fight. If it's a heal potion, I can just actually use one. If somebody is missing health. Guys, I'm going to take 2 seconds and get my button for my AC. I'll be right back. So I apologize if you can hear the horrible, horrible buzzing noise, but it is miserably hot in here. I would hope that by late December, I wouldn't need to run the AC, but I live in Florida. It is miserable in here right now. I could probably turn my fan up, though. Circulate the air a little better in here. No, I don't even think there's an astronomically low chance I could lose in this area. I think it's literally impossible. Unless I did it on purpose. If I did it on purpose, then yeah. Because the dice rolls in this game are not actually random. They're seeded. You're going to get the same RNG in the same order every time you play based on where you are in the RNG table and how you manipulate it by pushing buttons on certain frames. But I seriously doubt there's any seed that would cause 4 Perilisks to all target different Light Warriors and use their special attack and hit that 1 out of 256 chance in the same combat round. Which is what would have to happen for me to die here. So no, I don't even think there's an astronomically low chance. I think it's just a big fat 0. Maybe a cosmic ray will float through my house and hit my computer and flip a bit or something. That probably has a higher chance of happening. Okay, so now my armor list is probably full. So let's drop the silver hat and the silver gauntlet, unless this is a heal. It's another silver hat. Wait, did it just... I had 99 heals. I guess it just throws the heal away for me. Okay, that's actually nice. That's good to know. I saw snow a few years ago. We were in Ohio for a funeral when my stepmother died a few years ago. And somewhere I have a picture of me sitting in the snow looking very grumpy. So yeah, it'll just let me take the heal potions even though I can't carry anymore. Good. Great and good. Hopefully it'll do the same for houses. But my air conditioner, while it does work and it does make the room cooler, it also makes a horrible buzzing sound. So I do apologize if you can hear the horrible buzzing sound, but... hopefully by this time next month it'll be cold. I mean, it won't be cold. I live in Florida, but, you know, you get it. I remember, I think, the Mist instruction manual on the screen that explained how to save your game, like, said that you really only have to save your game in case of cosmic ray storms, because you can't actually die in the game. So the only reason to save is to quit the game when you're done playing for the night. But it said to save often in case of cosmic ray storms. So, okay. So I always think of that as my go-to when like video games bug out. I'm pretty sure I'm already seeing dividends in staying unpromoted, because I don't think I've ever seen a black mage hit 300 hit points before level 30. But I usually promote and I'm leveling him up as a black wizard instead. So I think we're actually seeing a piece of this. So my understanding, I forget if it was XCOM or Final Fantasy Tactics we were discussing, but games that tell you the exact percentage chance that your thing has to hit, that sometimes those games are programmed to round up. So you have like a 99.67 some odd chance to hit, and it just rounds it up to 100, and that's why you end up with 100% chance attacks missing sometimes. Kane Zero, thank you so much for the membership. Thank you for making Prompto sing. He does so love to sing. The little meter is filling up. I don't know what happens when it gets to 10. Like, I legitimately don't. I'll have to figure it out. But I think what I'm going to do is I'll set little membership goals, and once we meet one, we'll do something weird and special. I'll make like a special video or something for the peoples. I don't think I'll do a special stream, though. I think I'll actually put the time in and make a special thanks for the membership goal video. And now that we actually have members, I will actually buckle down and get my other 2 emotes added. If you guys have any emotes, I know in Discord a lot we talk about what emotes I would add if I had more slots on Twitch, and now I have pretty much all the slots I could ever want. So I can add emotes till the cows come home. A quad 9 emote? That's actually pretty good. Give the people something to spam whenever I hit the quad 9s. See, we're already getting level 8 spell charges. I didn't think we could earn level 8 spell charges until we promoted. Maybe it's just Ziza who doesn't get spell charges until he promotes. So I have a very specific answer to that question, my friend. And eventually there's going to be a chat command as soon as I can figure out how to get the bot to work. But for now, I will just manually post the link in chat. That's what we're looking at. Oh, I see Buttface has my back. So either of those links will take you to the same page, but the one I posted is better. So click that one. Don't click Buttface's link. Those are the preliminary thoughts on what's going to constitute an almost perfect save in each game. So this is a piece of armor. So this is like the 4th silver hat we've thrown away. That's a house. No, it's a weapon. Okay, we can get rid of this wooden stick. We're not going to carry the giant sword. We're not going to carry the silver axe. Oh, a second ice sword. Okay. For some reason, that's in here. Basically, I'm looking to max out everything that you can reasonably say This part of the game is done and cannot be more done. The reason I'm not going to care about max stats a lot of the time is because at best all I could do is follow somebody's guide to get the highest stats somebody has discovered yet. And a lot of those involve playing the whole game at level 1. What is member? There's a button underneath the stream that you click, and then you give me money every month, and it makes you a member. If you want to support the stream with the dollar bills. And then you get access to emotes that I haven't actually added yet. And when I make YouTube videos, when I actually make edited, structured content... Did I get this one? Yeah. I do shout-outs at the end of a video, and you can get a personalized shout-out in your very own video that I had reserved for Patreon supporters, but I'm going to extend that to memberships as well. No, okay, it will just give me a house. Nice. Unfortunately, I'm not able to help you out with the mobile app at all. I don't know anything about the mobile app. But listen, you guys are supporting the stream just by hanging out. Just by being here and chatting with me. Does wonders for me. So Twitch limits how many little emotes you can add based on how many subscribers you have. So small channels like mine can only have a couple of emotes on Twitch. I had 3 slots that I had filled up, and the other 2 emotes I need to add to YouTube still. But YouTube lets me add tons. Like, I would go broke commissioning emotes from people. I like the idea of quad 9s, though, as an emote. I think I'm gonna do that. That's one I can easily put together in a few minutes. And those are AGAMAs, so I know those are opened. So there's one box on this floor, but it's a duplicate box. It's up here, so it's going to be empty, but I'm gonna check it anyway, just because I don't trust myself. And then there's a spiked square box with a red dragon on top of it on the other side of the dungeon, and then we're done looting the volcano. My actual structured content for YouTube has been on hiatus for a little while, for a long list of reasons that I don't need to get into right now, but yeah, this box here is a duplicate. Yes, so we've already opened it. We opened it elsewhere. But I'm right in the middle of... I have like 10 more videos of a Baba Is You Let's Play, which is one of my favorite games in years. But it's also an extremely long Let's Play series. And whenever you do a Let's Play series on YouTube that's longer than like 8 or 10 episodes, viewership falls off sharply after the first few episodes of it. And my other playthrough right now is for Super Mario RPG, which I need to finish up as well. And I have a Bloodstained playthrough for you guys that I haven't even started editing yet. And I have a Christmas video for you that I haven't even recorded yet. So there will be some structured content on the channel before the end of the month. Oh, and there's a Villainous video that I'm almost done editing. So I know it can be annoying when you watch a YouTube channel and then just suddenly all the streams start popping up in your feed. I don't know a good way to prevent that from happening. So if you like the videos but you don't like seeing the stream pop-ups every day, I apologize. I don't really know what we can do about that. But streaming to YouTube is just better than streaming to Twitch for me right now. So I'm going to do it for a while. The hardest part has been not saying bad words in real time. Because on Twitch, I don't censor myself. I say whatever bad words I want, including like the really bad one that your mom told you never to say. The one that makes baby Jesus cry. But I don't like saying those words on YouTube. Although apparently, I'm still allowed to say the word virgin on YouTube, but I can't say that on Twitch anymore. Twitch has a new rule where you can't say virgin, or you can't call somebody a virgin, which is weird because that's the only context in which you would say the word virgin. Well, no, you can like describe a drink as virgin if there's no alcohol in it, I suppose. Alright, we've looted the volcano. We're done here. It's a low quality camera and it's very far away from me. So this is as in focus as I can get the camera. Years and years ago, I didn't know if I wanted to do face cam on streams. So just to kind of play around with it, I bought the cheapest webcam I could find just to kind of test it out, see how difficult it was to set up and see how it looked on stream. And I still am using that webcam today. It's just like a Logitech, whatever, 40 bucks on Amazon. And it's very, very far away from my face. Like typically people who stream, like their computer is right here. So their webcam would be like right here, like at their eye level. I play video games on a TV on the other side of my room and my webcam is mounted on top of that. So, and I don't actually have a lot of leeway on where to put the webcam or which way to aim it, because the way that this room is, there's no good wall to work as a green screen. So the wall behind me, I painted half of it green, but the other half of it is the door. So if I tilt the camera even like an inch this way, you'll see the door in frame. And then I've got windows on all my other walls. I think you can mention the Virgin Mary, and you can talk about the Virgin Mary, but you cannot call Mary a virgin. That's against the rules now. I am selling Flame Shield and Flame Armor. Both unique pieces of equipment, but I do not have space for them in the inventory. And I am selling the second Ice Sword. We are keeping an Ice Sword, but we're not keeping two of them. Let's just buy up... five of these. And 5 of these. Just to reduce the amount of buying we have to do in bulk later on. Alright. I think I want to go kill Tiamat now. We still have to wait until later to loot the Flying Fortress, but later when we go to loot, we'll be able to take the treasures and then exit out. And I suspect this will get me a fair amount of experience. These are kind of rare monsters, I think. I typically don't see these. Can't ride these worms. Wow, that's decent experience. If I could get those nerds on a spikety square, I'd take them. use up a house. I think I forgot to go to the inn. So we've done the first 2 floors of this place. And we're not looting here. Well, I'll take the adamant while I'm here, but I will leave the rest of the treasures intact. This is a blue flavored zero sugar Powerade that I'm drinking to stay hydrated. So when you get sports drinks like this, the flavors are just their colors because they don't actually taste like anything. I have a water too. Like I always have a water and something else. But I drank a Pepsi with dinner tonight, so I can't have another one on stream. Yeah, I think going through here is a good idea because this will grab us a couple levels as we go. I'll take the adamant so I can get the Excalibur, but I can just hold the adamant for a minute. Because it doesn't count as a weapon until I turn it in. Actually got to use the light axe. That's cool. Light axe casts harm. Really, it should cast harm too, I think. But oh well. Yeah, if I had like Ecto Cooler or something, it would just look invisible. So we actually, you know what, Alan, you just reminded me because yeah, they make a really good hot apple cider like K-cup for our Keurig, and I usually only get them around Christmas time. But I haven't been in a very Christmassy mood this year. Like I haven't gotten into the holidays, so it completely slipped my mind that I need to get me some hot apple cider. My wife actually just got us some hot cocoa, a hot cocoa set. But hot cocoa is not just a seasonal drink. I guess this applies to hot cider too, but it's not just a seasonal drink. It's also like a weather drink. So it's hard to get excited for a hot drink for me right now because it's boiling in here. It's like 80 degrees in this house. But yeah, we get these K-cups of hot apple cider, but I usually only drink them around this time of year. They're really tasty. I've never had like actually homemade hot apple cider though. I've only ever had just like the quick and dirty kind, the K-cups, or I think I've ordered it in a restaurant once, maybe. I've never tried making my own from scratch. Maybe I'll do that at some point. That sounds like a fun project. Our cooking project this year is we bought stuff to make cake pops to put in, because we can't go to people's houses for Christmas and exchange gifts. We're just kind of making our gift packages, and we're just going to, on Christmas Eve, drive out to our relative's house and put the box on the floor so we don't have to interface at all. So we're making cake pops to put in our Christmas packages this year. And we're making a homemade lasagna for dinner, for Christmas dinner, with homemade sauce and everything. So that'll take some of our time. We're trying to keep occupied on Christmas Day because otherwise we'll get too depressed that we're not spending it with family. Usually we don't have time for any activities on Christmas Day. See, I would want to start with actual apples and make the cider from that. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it like with, like actually go homemade. I might use mead instead of rum though. It's not feedback from the mic, it's the buzzing sound from the air conditioner up there. I tried to stream today without turning the AC on, but it is absolutely miserable in here right now. But I have selected my Christmas video for this year. I know what I'm going to record. I know it's really late in the year to make that decision, but I've done test plays of the game. I think it's going to go pretty well. Should be fun. Hope you guys will enjoy it. But this will be the first Christmas since I've started doing that tradition that I'll actually be home on Christmas Day. You need to get healed. You don't have Cure 3. You have Cure 3, though. You sure do, buddy. There's no point in guessing what the game is because I won't tell you if you're right. So no matter what game you guess, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Is this the 10th year? Can you actually name all 10 that I've done? I did Super Metroid, was the first year. I've lost track of which ones I've done because I've been doing it for so long. Why am I fighting these butt tards? I don't know, but I'm kind of invested now. Invested in the bad mans. I guess I'm fighting them because I want the experience points. I know one year I did just Little Nemo the Dream Master, and I did it without doing a test play. I was thinking, oh, this game will take me 3 hours to beat. Nope, 50 minutes. So I have one Christmas video from one year that's only 50 minutes long. I think this year's is going to clock in at just over 2 hours. Now, I can quite confidently state that I don't foresee any more Metroid content on the channel for a little while. Unless Metroid Prime 4 comes out and it's absolutely insanely good and I have no choice but to stream it or record it. But I got all the Metroid out of my system this year. I played so much Metroid. You guys got to keep in mind, for every Metroid video you watched on my channel this year, like every game that I played, you didn't see the 2 or 3 test plays that I did. Including test plays with Rosanir with that multi-world. Like, so I've played 4 to 5 times more Metroid than you actually watched on the channel. That's a lot of Metroid. I played so much Metroid this year that I tried to do some Varia seeds and I couldn't get through them. It was Mega Man X2, not Mega Man X, wasn't it? And Mega Man 11. I've done quite a lot of Mega Man has happened on Christmas. I don't think these things are worth fighting, but here we are. There was a point this year that I wanted to do Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2. I thought I would have time to practice that game enough, but I just did not have time to get back to it after I completed it once. I'm going to run from these. These things are really irritating. So there's treasures on this floor, there's treasures on the previous floor that I will come back for once I have exit. But I don't want to do all that wandering around and looting and then get wiped by a war mech up here. It is possible to get multiple war mechs. Not in the sense that you can fight 2 of them in one battle, but there's a spot in the encounter list where You fight two of them, I don't think quite back to back, I think separated by one fight. So you fight a war mech, then you get into a fight with something else, and then you fight another war mech. I've played all 5 of the Breath of Fire games. I didn't play the mobile one that apparently sucks, but yeah, I played Breath of Fire 4. It's been a long time. I got it on PSP. That was the last time I played it. I'm afraid if that was up 1 or up 2, so we're going to go in a zigzag pattern. Okay, that was up 1. Yeah, that game has terrific music and terrific sprite art. It's a beautiful, beautiful game. As far as actual game goes, I prefer Breath of Fire 3. I enjoyed replaying that more than I enjoyed replaying Breath of Fire 4 when I did. We actually need some more healing here. I have Perler art up in a box somewhere of Sias from Breath of Fire 4. Which doesn't really look like Sias very much. I mean, it does, but it's the wrong colors because at the time, they didn't make an olive-colored Perler. Which they do now. I don't think I bought any though. I usually try to keep up to date when it comes to Perler colors to make sure I have all of them, but I haven't done any bead art in a while. Man cats. Man cats. Alright. We're gonna go with Furdu and Furthree. Oh, they're also going to go with Furdu. Okay, we're going to eat 6 of those and probably die. I did not know they could do that. So they're probably strong to fire. Yeah, they're not taking any damage from that at all. This fight is going excruciatingly badly. I didn't know these things could fire too. I didn't. I just didn't. Okay. So Noah is even further behind now, and I'm never going to kill all these man cats. So let's run. How did I get lost? I'm lost. It's probably for the best. I went 2 over and 2 up, did I not? Well, we're going to have to start moving in a search pattern then. Because I passed my teleporter somewhere. There's one of the other rare monsters that can buff itself. That X-Fer might come in handy. So there's down. So 2 over and 2 up from here. And here's this encounter again. Oh, send me home, Daddy. Like, just kill me at this point. I think you can run from these elementals, too. You can't run from water elementals, but you can run from air. That makes sense. That checks out. Yep, 2 over 2 up. Okay, so I just got wandered around somehow. Well, we can still take out Tiamat. We'll have to replenish our heal potions as we go. I was hoping to fight all these encounters in here, but there's no point to doing that if Noah's dead. Yeah, who knew man-cats were that rough? There is a resurrect spell in this game, but Noah's the one that has it. KARY cannot learn it until he promotes. So Noah's just dead until we get out of here. Which also means I don't have anti-lightning magic for this battle. We need you to take Noah's Bane Sword. And I guess we'll just heal you guys up to full. Bane and Bane. Yeah, without anti-lightning magic, this thunder spell is terrifying. Oh, we got her. So Noah's just going to be really far behind then. Not interested. Welcome, Edgard. Alright, I didn't pick up anything, did I? No, I didn't do any looting. I just got the adamant. The legendary metal. I guess we go loot the Sea Shrine now. Take care of Kraken. Give her Bane Sword back. How far behind is she now? She's like a full level behind. Yeah, she's about a full level behind. The other bad thing of Noah dying is we had to use a bunch of potions, which means we have to replenish a bunch of potions. We don't have to, but eventually we do. I want to have 99 of everything. Let me guess, KARY, you read that on the wiki, on the Final Fantasy wiki? The Final Fantasy wiki is filled with statements like that. It's absolutely astonishing. Let's grab 5 piers and 5 tents while we're here. It's 10 more items we don't have to buy later. So the way that the rebranding worked, because Final Fantasy 2 and 3 were Famicom games that they did not release on the NES. So the first Final Fantasy game to be released on... Well, actually, some of the Game Boy games got released here as Final Fantasy games, first of all. Final Fantasy, the first Seiken Densetsu game was rebranded as a Final Fantasy game, and then so was the first Saga game. And then the first actual Final Fantasy game on the SNES was Final Fantasy IV, but because we hadn't gotten 2 or 3, they chose to call it Final Fantasy II. And then Nintendo also didn't want to release Final Fantasy V, so when they released Final Fantasy VI here, they called it Final Fantasy III. And so when they announced Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation, we were all like... And it actually was Nintendo's fault, not Square. Apparently Square wanted to release these games, and Nintendo didn't want to localize them for whatever reason. Apparently, complete translations exist of Final Fantasy II and Final Fantasy V. And Nintendo was the one who did not greenlight them. But then Sony was like, yeah, we like money. You want to make us some money with Final Fantasy VII? Go ahead. What do you name it? Whatever you want. Roman numerals are cool, Joe. I don't know why they call them Joe. That's just a... I don't know. Let's buy 5 of every item here that we can get. 5 softs. Five cabins. Five piers. All right. Nintendo apparently, or like maybe not the company as a whole, but some of its executives at the time apparently didn't think RPGs could sell in North America. And I mean, largely they were right. The genre was never super popular in America. But, like, it wasn't like Final Fantasy games didn't sell. And all the Dragon Warrior games came out. Like, so Nintendo of America gave the thumbs up to Dragon Quest games, but not Final Fantasy games. And I don't really have an explanation why. I know that in the N64 era, there was apparently some stigma against RPGs. Like, oh, it's okay that we're losing all the RPGs to PlayStation because people don't buy them anyway, when that's just demonstrably not true. Where's my Thor hammer? If I accidentally sold my Thor hammer, I'm going to be very sad. No, Corey's just carrying it for whatever reason. So the translation for Final Fantasy V was apparently really terrible, because I think that's the translation we eventually did get for the PlayStation remake, and it's bad. Ghosts. We are not pulling any punches on ghosts, that's for sure. Right, I wanted the Bane Sword to fight Agamas. That sounds correct. Oh, nice. Oh, great. Get absolutely pooped on, you ghosts. Noah's not that far behind then. Okay, is this the floor that has, like, no treasures on it? Yes, this is the floor that doesn't actually have any treasures on it. Yeah, we were having this discussion the other night because Nintendo's weirdness to RPGs, because it's so inexplicable, like, why wouldn't you want to release a sequel to... Like, Final Fantasy wasn't the most popular or successful game in the world, but it was fairly well known in the early 90s. Like, it had its following. I suspect with Final Fantasy it might have been because the game didn't get localized until 3 years after the fact. Like, at that time, Nintendo was already pushing the Super Nintendo, which was going to launch the following year after Final Fantasy came out. Because by the time we got this game, multiple Final Fantasy games would have already been released in Japan. And they're like, look, we're not going to release Final Fantasy games on this old console that we're not going to support after next year. But even that doesn't make sense, because the NES did get supported well into the SNES's lifespan. Like, lots of really popular NES titles came out after the SNES launched. So I actually don't know what the haps was, but for whatever reason, Nintendo was like, nah, we don't want to release your Final Fantasy sequels, nerds. So I wonder if it's like a minor miracle that we even got this one, honestly. Because if this had never been released in North America, probably we would have never got any of them. The series would have just been like this weird niche Japanese thing for all the rest of time. And we probably wouldn't be looking at hundreds of entries. I'm going to use Lit 2. And Lit 2 and Lit 2. So that would have led to a strange situation where they would have been releasing Final Fantasy III on the NES around the same time they were releasing Final Fantasy IV on the SNES. Maybe that had something to do with it. I actually don't know. But I could see how that would be confusing in a market. Because that's how the timeline would have worked. Figure we Final Fantasy II in 1991, and then 1992, we would have seen Final Fantasy 3 and 4 at the same time. Because they wouldn't have pushed 4 back, surely. But I still would have preferred they did that, though. Like, that still would have been better than just not getting the games at all. Like, so, yeah, some kids at Christmas would have asked for Final Fantasy IV and got Final Fantasy III instead. And probably Final Fantasy III's sales would have suffered really badly. So, I don't know. Maybe it was sound business practice. But I think as a kid, I still would have preferred having all of them to having just this one. Although, I don't know, man. If I had played Final Fantasy II as a kid, maybe I wouldn't have wanted to play any of the other ones after that. Final Fantasy IV was pretty close to a launch title on the SNES. We got it a year later, I think. I think we got our version of 4 around the time they were getting 5. Maybe it's Maybelline? Oh, I didn't think about that, but you're right. Could be. Anyway. Oh, that's right. We are going to fill up our armor in here. There's a power gauntlet, and there's a ribbon. Well, we have to keep this. Zaka's going to carry this. And then this slot's going to go to a ribbon that we find in here. And I think that's it for looting. I can't... If I have to drop armor in here, I have to drop a pro ring because I can replace those. I'd rather not do that, but I might have to. I forgot that was in here. So yeah, we can't loot the floating castle until we promote. So we don't have to worry about fighting the boss there. We just got to get in, get the treasures, and exit. Which should be fine. Even if I've got to throw away all my armor. Because I can just run from battles. I don't have to fight anything. There's eyes and sorcerers up there, which means throwing away pro rings is scary, but I'll make it happen. Oh, am I still carrying a silver armlet? Hold on. Well, yeah, Ziza is carrying some equipment. I should have an armlet, though. Oh, the bracelet Noah has. Yes, I'm going to drop that when we get the white shirt in the floating castle. But for now, I do want her to have some form of armor. We just saw how obnoxious it is when Noah dies, so... I keep my freezer bags in a basket in my pantry underneath a bunch of other stuff. Like, the freezer bags are at the bottom of the basket, along with, like, sandwich bags and stuff. And then we have, like, our silpats that we use, like our silicone mats that we bake stuff on. And then above that is, like, just a bunch of snack foods, like popcorns and bags of chips and Little Debbie's. And I think there's a bag of marshmallows right now, because she got stuff to make hot cocoa. So it's our junk food bucket, but in the bottom of it is like our Reynolds wrap and freezer bags and stuff. I don't know why you asked that question. Kind of a bizarre question, but I hope you were expecting an answer, because boy howdy, you got one. Oh, you weren't asking me. Okay, I'll be quiet. That we can throw away, because we already have one. Or I can sell it when we get out of here. Ghosts. It's like the only reason to buy Fire 3 is this encounter right here. You don't ever need Fire 3 at any other point in the game. But it's really nice to have them against ghosts, because they hit super hard. Okay, there's my second ribbon. Spikety square. I want you on the Gershark, actually. Ghosts are consistently good experience, but you can't win the fight easily without expending resources, and you can't find them on spiked squares. You only find them in the encounter table. Oh, it's just a Gershark this time. Whoops, I'm gonna use Zeus on you. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Alex H. Thank you so much for the super chat. Ah, there's the alert. Popped up. And it should update in the bottom bar if I did it right. Thank you very much. It's very generous of you. You can't run from this encounter. So we're just gonna wipe it out with Lit 2. I decided to call my super chats Kupo chats because then I can put a little Moogle on my interface here. Well, if they're Canadian dollars, then I can buy Canadian bacon, which is fine. Like, I'm okay with that. I'm happy to buy Canadian bacon. So on Twitch, you don't have super chats, but you have bits, which are little... It's called a cheer. You push a button and you give... It's usually pennies, but you get little bits. And on my stream, I called them Choco Bits, and it made a chocobo noise, and I had a little chocobo feather. But on YouTube, the culture is a little different. You don't have bits. You have super chats. I didn't want to call them Choco Chats. That doesn't even make sense. Chocobos can't talk. So... Oh, is there a discrepancy in the currency? That's funny, actually. Because of the exchange rate. That's pretty funny. I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm not. I know where I'm going. Man, I don't know the nuances of Canadian bacon. I live in Florida. I go to this store and there's a package. This is Canadian bacon and it looks like ham. And I bring it home and I eat it. What do you want from me? More information than that I do not have. I actually don't have any Canadian bacon in the house. We have regular, what's it called? Thick sliced apple smoked bacon, I think is what she buys when we make sandwiches. There's all different styles of bacon you can get. I like it cut thick though. And my Canadian bacon to me, to my eyes, looks more like a slice of ham that gets fried up. Because usually it's larger and thicker. But it's the same meat, isn't it? Like, they're not using a different part of the animal to make their bacon. Unless they're using, like, beavers. Is Canadian bacon made on moose or something? Beavers and moose are the same monster, right? I don't know much about Canada. Like, Canadian heritage. Everything I know about Canada I learned from South Park. So the whole tradition about, like, sticking your hands into tapioca or pudding or whatever. A proud day for Canada. And then there's that great song about blaming Canada, which I think is appropriate. But other than that, I don't know anything about Canada. I've seen it once. There's a roller coaster in Sandusky, Ohio, where at the very top of the roller coaster, on a clear day, which it was in the middle of summer when we were there, you can see across Lake Erie and see the landmass on the other side, which is Canada. So I have seen Canada before. I've seen Babish make back bacon before. So one of my favorite internet shows, by the way, is Binging with Babish. Y'all know Babish? Am I just squealing into the void here, or are you guys cool? Alright, this is the last fiend. We're gonna fast you, and you're going to invis 2, and you're going to fast you. Binging with Babish is one of my favorite internet shows. I like food shows on YouTube, but Babish is like the only actual cooking show that I watch a lot of. There's nothing for you to cast except Fire 3, so just enjoy, I guess. But yeah, he did an episode where he carves his own bacon out of the whole pig. And instead of cutting it into strips, he cut it into like little slabs, which is what I usually... Oh, that's Canadian bacon. That's what it looks like. Little slabs instead of little strips like I'm used to. This is a very lucky Kraken fight. He started out with ink repeatedly, which gave me time to put up 3 layers of invisibility too. Otherwise, Kraken can one-shot people pretty easily. And he did not do a single point of damage to me. You go Fire 3. I saw a great t-shirt once that just had a picture of Canada and it said, Canada, America's hat. So I could do the rest of this. Oh no, I can't do the rest of the grind in the Temple of Fiends. I've got no way out of the Temple of Fiends until I promote. Never mind. Never you mind. The other cooking channel I like a lot is How to Cook That. I don't remember the woman's name, but she's an Australian lady who records in a room with even worse acoustics than mine, if you can believe it. But she does a lot of videos on like debunking content farm channels that like show you how to prepare snacks in ways that don't actually work and are in some cases potentially dangerous. Like she did a video on debunking one of these channels, showed here's how to make white strawberries, and they take regular red strawberries and soak them in bleach. Like that was their recipe, soak strawberries in bleach until they turn white. And so she did a video like, yeah, if you do that and then you... Oh, she had an Australian accent. I'm not going to try to do an Australian accent because that would be very offensive. But you have to imagine that my explanation sounds like a woman's voice in an Australian accent. But she's like, if you do that and then eat them, you will then die because consuming bleach will kill you. We can get rid of the light axe and that's it. And then we can get rid of nothing. We need all of this. So we've got 3 levels that we have to go grind out Maybe we'll use the eye. And it'll go a little bit faster. Let's use the eye. Even after buying 99 houses and a bunch of other extraneous spells, and we have only one dungeon's worth of treasure left to get, we're already at 500k. I'll buy 10 pures. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and we'll buy 10 tenths. I'm counting in my head this time, not counting out loud. And 11 for luck. Well, I bought 11 because I knew I'm going to use one here to save. Just in case we get wiped on this eye. So the eye is slightly more dangerous because it has attacks that can kill us. And when you're fighting the eye repeatedly, you increase the odds of that eventually happening. We don't use bacon for anything but sandwiches. Like, we're not big breakfast food eaters. I don't put bacon on pizza. But we have bacon sandwiches fairly often for dinner. I like Powerade because my doctor said I had to start drinking way less soda, but just drinking water is... Like, having a bottle of water is fine if you feel thirsty. But if you feel thirsty at that point, when you feel the sensation of being thirsty, you're already dehydrated. So you're supposed to consume water to avoid becoming thirsty. And I just can't drink that much water because water is so boring. So I have to buy something that has some flavor to it. And the flavor of, like, Powerade and Gatorade is palatable to me. After years of drinking soda almost exclusively, or iced tea. So that is my flavored drink of choice. I'll have another Pepsi later. Probably. Flavored water? I like Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's fine. I got some Kool-Aid out there. Just tonight I'm drinking the Powerade instead of the Kool-Aid. The problem is the Kool-Aid has sugar in it, so... It's not enough that my drink has, like, flavor to it. I need sweetness specifically, because after so many years of drinking so much soda and iced tea, sweet tea, actually. I didn't start drinking unsweet tea until just a couple years ago. But my brain doesn't like drinking anything unless it has sweetness in it. And Powerade does taste kind of sweet, so I can drink it. And I don't like bitter at all. I can't stand coffee, and when I drink hot tea, usually after I wake up in the morning, I usually have a cup of hot tea with a few squirts of honey. And sometimes I dissolve a, like, Hall's lozenge in it. Because I have a tendency to wake up with gunk in my throat. And the lozenge soothes the throat with hot tea. Did I ever play DuckTales? I have a Let's Play series on this very YouTube channel of DuckTales 1 and 2 for the NES and DuckTales Remastered by the Venerable Way Forward. I never actually played the original DuckTales much as a kid, but I owned a copy of DuckTales 2, which I wish I still had because it's... I didn't know as a child, but it's apparently fairly rare and difficult to find. And I had a copy, and I sold it to a pawn shop because I'm an idiot. Because I'm a jack-nosed stupid face. But yeah, I love NES DuckTales. DuckTales Remastered is good too. I know a lot of people don't like it, but... So these fights are a little faster and they're worth a little bit more. But we're in slightly more dangerous terrain. I did play the Game Boy DuckTales because I was thinking about incorporating the Game Boy DuckTales into that same Let's Play series, but I played it and I just thought it was just so similar to the other two that I thought it would be overkill. It's been enough years now that I could probably go back and do a series of the Game Boy DuckTales for the channel. But yeah, it's very similar. A lot of the Game Boy versions of NES games from that era are basically just the same game, kind of truncated a little bit. But a lot of the same content. So that XXXX spell can't actually land anybody in my party right now because all of my characters are over 300 hit points. But if we go under 300 hit points, we will be susceptible to it one time out of 256. It also opens sometimes with a glance spell, which can turn me to stone. Two of my characters, Noah and Zoc, are resistant to that because they have ribbons. And I have enough stone curing items. I have the soft spell and enough soft potions that it won't put a damper in my bonnet. I feel like YouTube, like going to somebody's YouTube channel and finding content, used to be easier in previous versions of their channel layout, but I couldn't swear to that. I like the current channel layout because I do have a lot of control over like what I display, like what playlists I want to promote on the channel. Like I like to keep the Shantae playlist there because that's a lot of people's first exposure to my channel. It's like one of my classic series. I like to keep Riven on there because, I don't know why, actually. I just do. And the Risk of Rain playlists and stuff. I did just put, at the very top of the channel, you should see the Almost Perfect Save archives now. Right now, there's only one playlist on it because I've only completed one of the games. But that's where I'm going to keep them. Other than that, you just have to use the search function on the channel and hope YouTube finds the stuff. Because digging through 10 years of content takes a minute. So yeah, the Final Fantasy Almost Perfect Save and my Risk of Rain series are both playlists of playlists. I miss Risk of Rain. I wouldn't mind playing some Risk of Rain, getting a breaking run going tonight. Man, it's such a good game. I wish I liked Risk of Rain too. I'm glad people do enjoy it. And I get a lot of comments on my Risk of Rain videos like, I can't believe the first game was 2D. Ugh. Like, alright dudes, whatever. So I'm glad people like Risk of Rain 2. I'm glad that developer found success with Risk of Rain 2. It's awesome. I'm happy that that happened. But I don't like Risk of Rain 2. And I wish I did. We might max out our money just fighting these eyes. Unfortunately. That's the spell there. But we can heal that after the fight. Corey will just miss out on this one fight, then he'll be back in action. I think I tried to install that fan expansion you showed me, Buttface, but like it didn't fix the crashing problems, and that's the problem that I'd really like to see fixed. I want to get a breaking run in Risk of Rain. Like the feature I need most is an autosave at the beginning of every level that I can reload. That way if the game crashes, I can close it and get back to where I was and lose only one level of progress. I understand why the game doesn't have that feature, because if it did, it wouldn't really be a roguelike anymore. Because you could just save scum every level. But as somebody who's completed the game multiple times, done the full hundo twice, is good with every character, like, and is looking to do crazy breaking runs, that's a feature that I could really get some use out of. Roguelike isn't a nonsense word. It's a word that means like rogue. So a random or pseudo-random series of levels and death that sends you back to the beginning of the game. What do you mean it's a nonsense word? Are you going to make a angry YouTube video about it now? Like you did with Minecraft? And Hades. I like that when they put Rogue on Steam, it's flagged as a roguelike. That caused some minor butthurt on the tweet boxes and whatnot. People were like, lol, they're calling Rogue a roguelike. Well, like, yeah, well, just because it named the genre that it's in doesn't mean it's not in that genre. I don't know yet, King. What I'm going to do is when I'm going to put up a members-only poll of 4 or 5 Final Fantasy games and let the channel members decide what we see next on stream. And right now, there's, I think, 4 members, so 4 people will be deciding for everybody. I'll probably put, let's see, what do I want to put on the poll? I'm thinking 5, 6, 7, or 10 I'll put on the poll. How's that sound? So keep an eye on your YouTube login on channel posts to see if you... Because they'll have to go live in the next couple of days here, because this game's not going to take very long. But that'll be a fun little perk for members to have, as they can vote on what the next story playthrough is. And I don't know what happens when we get to 10 members. I don't know. A little bar, when it fills up, we'll see what happens. I'd like to do 5, at least the story portion of 5, sooner rather than later, because over the summer will be the Final Fantasy V 4-job Fiesta, which is my yearly playthrough of the game, so I'll be playing it again regardless. But I'd kind of rather not do a Fiesta run. I guess I could always do a Fiesta run and then turn the Fiesta run into the almost perfect save. Like, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. There's just some considerations in the first 2 worlds I would have to take. Like, even if I don't roll Summoner from my party, I would still want to unlock the summons as I go. Make sure I do a full clear of each world. And then once I get to World 3 and get the Triple Crown and Gilgabat... So I guess we don't have to do 2 playthroughs of 5 if I don't want to. But the actual Fiesta run wouldn't... Well, I guess it would look different, because I'd be doing content as we go that I normally don't do. I think the EYE is faster than the AGAMA, honestly. You know what? When we started out, though, when we were only on level 18 when we started the grind, the Ice Cave would have been much more dangerous, and we didn't have multiple ribbons at that point either. Invisible, missable treasure? What? That sounds like glitch content to me. If there's no actual unique items that you can miss that way, I'm not super worried about it. But like, I'll check pots and stuff as I go, if that's what you mean. But I don't know what you mean about invisible treasure if it's not stuff you find in pots. So a Fiesta run of Final Fantasy III isn't really feasible because there are portions of the game where the game expects you to have a particular job, and if you don't, there's a gimmick boss fight that kind of blocks your progress. The worst of which is probably Garuda. About halfway through the game, you fight a boss called Garuda that does a lightning attack that just completely eradicates your party, and the only way to dodge it is to have a party of dragoons who are all jumping and hope that they're in the air when he tries to use lightning. If you don't use dragoons, you have to level your characters up until they have enough hit points to avoid the attack. So every Fiesta run of Final Fantasy III would involve hours of mindless, just boring grinding to level past that one fight, at which point you just blitz the rest of the game because now you're level insane and nothing else can pose any threat to you. So that's why, yeah, Fiesta for Final Fantasy III just not in the cards. It's unfortunate. That's how it is. There's a couple other areas that are kind of like that, but which you can get through reasonably well. Like any of the areas where you have to use the mini spell to turn yourselves into little people, to go into like mouse holes and stuff. You're supposed to use black magic to get through there, but those areas are usually pretty short. The first one would probably be insanely difficult if you didn't have a black mage, though. Because you do have to fight a boss at the end of it. So if you don't have anybody who can use black magic, then... yeah, I guess you would just have to level up until you can kill the boss. Oh, that would be awful. Ah, yes, the treasure percentage in Final Fantasy V. There's a guy in the submarine cave. So yes, that is a consideration. I will have to make sure I don't miss any of that stuff. Good looking out. I would not have thought of that. So I probably will need to make use of a guide for that. I mean, I would like to talk to the guy at the end and have him be like, you got 100% of the treasure, you hip cat. Bane's sword works against this eye like, whoa. We're going to max out our money here. I should have bought all of my softs to put a dent in that money. People don't say what anymore. I go out of my way to use slang and turns of phrase that people haven't said in years. I'm allowed. I'm old. I'm almost 40. I'm allowed to say outdated stuff. I said fat in a D&D game the other night. P-H-A-T. When was the last time you heard somebody say P-H-A-T? So once Noah hits 30, we're done here. Maybe I'm trying to bring it back. Whatever it was I said. 5 years is a long time. That means by the time you were born, I was already playing Mario. I like being old. I wouldn't want to be young again, though. I wouldn't want to go through my 20s again. My 30s are much better. Except for the depression manifesting. That's kind of whack. People don't say whack anymore either, I'm aware, but I just did. We need to bring back Hepcat. Come on. Why can't we bring back Hepcat? Sebastian, thank you very much. Becoming a member and making Prompto sing. He does so love to sing. Much appreciated, my friend. Hepcat goes back to like Beatniks in the 50s, I thought. We're in like deep baby boomer territory if you're talking Hepcat. Is there any modern slang that you guys are like hoping goes away? Like turns of phrase that you just don't like and like hopefully they don't have any lasting power? I'm hoping my guy doesn't stick around. I feel like my guy is not here to stay. I never stopped saying radical. I've been calling things rad since the 1980s and I've never stopped. I will die on that hill. I will be the last human being saying things are rad if it comes to that. Feels is a noun. All right, I'll give you that. I hope that one. I don't want to see that one stick around. Not into it. I feel like my guy encompasses all of the various like my dude stuff. My guy and my dude are the same thing. It just feels very dismissive to me without adding anything interesting to the phrase. Ah, see, I like fam. Like, I wouldn't... If fam goes away, if people stop saying fam, I'll stop saying it. But I don't mind fam. The first time somebody called me fam, I'm like, what? And then they explained it. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Is vibe slang, though? Like, do people say vibe? I think feels is a generational thing. Like, that's something that kind of goes back and forth each generation. Like, one generation is going to be very in tune to people's feelings, and the next generation won't. That pendulum goes back and forth as a function of time. And we're at the extreme swing at one end of it right now, but what's going to happen is all of the people these days who are super concerned about people's feels are going to raise a generation of children who are just over people's feels. And the world keeps on spinning. I like ma. I only use it ironically, though. I don't like sus. I realize that has very limited usefulness outside of Among Us, but I hate the word sus used in like the Among Us vernacular. And now I am starting to see it creep out of Among Us and into other areas of interests. Like I have some meme aggregator websites that I look at because I like the memes. And I saw a meme. It was a guy like looking at a camera, like probably giving himself a selfie with a unpeeled banana sticking halfway out of his mouth that just said, sus, question mark? I'm like, what the hell is this meme I'm looking at? I didn't get it. And I hated it, and I closed it. Like, what's sus about eating a banana wrong? You're just a moron. When we played Among Us last month, I've only ever played the game once. I played with a group of dudes on the Discord, got together and played last month. And we had the conversation, like, we're not going to say sus, right? No, we're not going to say sus. I'm not big on using yeet, but I enjoy hearing yeet. I feel like yeet is one I have to appreciate from a distance. I feel like quoting Homestar Runner isn't slang, though. Like, it's an in-joke. Like, you tell somebody no probalo, and if they understand the reference, they're like, yeah. And if they don't, they're just like, sus, question mark? I say do your thing, man, a lot. Do your thing, man is a Homestar reference that I'm into. Why am I getting follows on Twitch? Who's following my Twitch channel right now? So, the streaming software I use has zero integration for YouTube. I have to use third-party stuff on my laptop to integrate into YouTube. So when I'm looking at my screen and I'm streaming, it still shows me my Twitch feed. Like who's like following and donating on Twitch. Somebody just followed my Twitch channel. I have no idea why. Who are you, person? What are you watching over there? There's nothing happening on Twitch right now. Somebody must have rolled up and watched the D&D archive or something. So I saw the pop-up, but you guys didn't. I do stream to Twitch at least once a week. On Sunday afternoons, we play D&D over there. If you like Dungeons & Dragons, you might consider swinging on by or checking out. I have a second YouTube channel where I archive all the Dungeons & Dragons footage at youtube.com/salutetheflump. No probalo. I think I got Elizagirth from Homestar Runner. I'm pretty sure I heard Sinor Card Gauge call somebody Elizagirth at one point. Good old Homestar Runner. I go through phases where I'll just sit down and binge like 100 episodes of Homestar in a sitting and then not think about it for months. Strong Badge, the movie. I'm pretty sure I was saying Jones before Homestar started using Jones, though. Just casually referring to people as Jones. Because, so, Jones is my grandmother's maiden name. She had a fairly large family that I had never met. Like, all her brothers and sisters. So my mom, all her aunts and uncles and things that she grew up with. But they, like, at family reunions, they would call each other Jones. And growing up, they were always introduced to me like, oh, this is like your great Uncle Jones. So there had been, when I was a child, there were like family get-togethers where these like strangers were just standing around calling each other Jones. So I just kind of picked up Jones and put it in my vernacular. And now I use Jones as just a generic name for people. Oh, is it one of those guides? Oh, well. The Discount Mafia? I don't know about that. No, I never really cared much to meet my extended family. I mean, it was never a problem. The problem is, like, that was my grandmother's family, all the aunts and uncles that my mom grew up with. The thing is, we also have a very large family. My grandparents had 4 children, and each of them had at least 2. And so by the time I was in high school, most of those grandchildren were starting their own families. So, like, my extended family just on my mother's side is very large. And then above that, we had, like, all the Joneses. And I didn't meet many of the Joneses. Most of the Joneses are dead now, though. Like, they were all very old when I was young. In fact, I'd have to ask. I actually, it's terrible that I don't know for certain, but my grandmother, who passed away very recently, I think she might have been the last of the Joneses. I think she might have been the last one of her generation. She was 94. Maybe she was not. No, she was 93. She would have been 94 this coming year. Ah, translation purists. Is there anything more useless than a translation purist? I'm gonna use the original Japanese. So I'm not gonna drop names because I don't want to just mock a person that people in here might know, but we had a situation many years ago. There was a fairly okay Final Fantasy V ROM hack called The Ancient Cave. And I don't particularly like it that much, but at the time we were playing a lot of it. But it was only in Japanese, and it didn't have a good English translation, so one of the dudes on the forum was like, oh, I can do the translation for it. So, but he kind of got into some trouble with us because he said he refused to use spell names like Lit 3 or Bolt 3 or something. But in Final Fantasy V, you're still on the SNES ROM, he still had very limited space to work with. He couldn't actually put in the name Thundaga. So we had spell names like Thunga and Snul instead of like fairly recognizable English names like Bolt 3 and Fire 3 and stuff. And I think eventually somebody else... How did this work? Because you had to apply his patch first, but he refused to use the anglicized version of spell and weapon names. So you had to apply his patch, then you had to apply a second translation patch that somebody else made to make the names not stupid. So it kind of took the wind out of the sails of that project. But I remember very heated discussion. Like, he was really dying on that hill. Like, he insisted, I have to call this spell Thunga. I'm physically incapable of not doing that. One of my good friends works as a localizer in video games, and like was not assisting on the project but was posting in that thread and was like, no, this is my job. Like, yeah, translating correctly is a good ideal, but there's another step beyond that where you localize it, where you take the translation that is correct but then make it look good to the eyes that are going to receive it. So yes, Thundaga is the correct translation of the spell name, but if you can't fit it all in there, Bolt 3 is perfectly fine. But yeah, we played Final Fantasy V Ancient Cave with Thunga and Isnul and dumb stuff. I don't care at all about accuracy. I am blissfully ignorant of what the original Japanese may or may not have said. I just don't care. It could say anything. It could be anything. I would never know. As long as what I have in front of me is competent, that's really all that matters. We knew a dude back in the day who was one of these original Japanese purist guys, and anytime you would talk about Mega Man and his present, he would go, Rockman. He would correct you every time. And this was on IRC filled with video game nerds, so this happened like daily. So my brother and I we flew up to Ohio once to visit some family, and this guy lived in Ohio, and we're like, oh, let's get together and have lunch. We'll do a meetup, we'll have lunch and we'll talk. And so it was kind of awkward because my brother's there. He's not a big video game guy. He doesn't know this person, but he remembered playing Mega Man as a kid. So he's thinking, oh, that's our common interest here. It's like, I remember playing Mega Man. So we're sitting here, we're eating lunch, and my brother casually mentions liking Mega Man as a kid, and the dude goes, Rockman. In person, at the table in, I don't know, Red Robin or wherever we were. Oh, here's where we're going to wipe. Here it is. Here's the wipe. After all that work, now we're fine. I remember my brother afterward was like, I was going to punch that dude. Lysander would know who I'm talking about. He was around back then. So Mega Man X5, because I'm not usually a purist about that, and I don't know if the website's still around, but at the time, the best Mega Man website on the internet was called the Mega Man homepage, and it was like a labor of love by this one woman who's been playing Mega Man games since the 1940s. And on her page for Mega Man X5, she's like, I refuse to use the Guns N' Roses names. Like, usually I will defer to whatever the translation is, but this is just way too stupid. I can't call him Duff McWhalen. That's idiotic. I have to use... And now when I go back and play Mega Man X5 on the Legacy Collection that I have, it's actually a little weird, because that version also does not use the Guns N' Roses names. So for those of you who don't have no idea what I'm talking about, Mega Man X games, you fight 8 Robot Masters, but unlike standard Mega Man, they're animals. So like the first game you had like Chill Penguin and Flame Mammoth. So it was always like some adjective and then an animal. Wheel Gator. But in Japanese, the names were actually like puns. Like you had... we had Boomer Kuwanger, and as kids we'd be like, what's a Kuwanger? Well, it's a kind of beetle that in Japanese it works as a pun on boomerang, I think, is how it's supposed to play out. But it doesn't work that well in English, so they just stuck to adjective animal. And that worked for the first 4 games. That's how they did it. I don't know why I'm attacking with everybody. That was dumb. Didn't matter. But whoever did the localization for Mega Man X5 decided, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to name all of these characters after Guns N' Roses bandmates. So we had Grizzly Slash and Axel the Red and Duff McWhalen. Like, and it was really dumb. After that, I think we just got purely anglicized versions of the weird pun names. So like in Mega Man X6 we started getting names like Ground Scaravich and Tornado Tunyon. Izzy Glow! I liked some of the Guns N' Roses names. But like Spiral Pegasus I think sounds cooler than the Skyver. Crescent Grizzly is a cool name. I think X5 might have the weakest like design of Mavericks though, in terms of like how cool they look. That's everybody at 30. So all we gotta do is walk out of here. He's not Izzy Glow anymore. Now he's Shining Firefly. Oh, you know what? You can't run from this encounter. I'm dumb. I am stupid on toast. But yeah, the Guns N' Roses names, they're fun from the perspective of like a lol, ironic internet sense of humor kind of thing. Like if you enjoyed the bad translations of Final Fantasy Tactics or Symphony of the Night, like the Guns N' Roses name probably tickled you in just that way. But some people absolutely hated using them. It's because I am staring into your soul. It's because I know what you did that time. That thing you thought no one saw? I saw it. Oh, we get to go promote now. I'm so happy. We get to promote and fill out our spell lists and burn these wizards. These wizards are all that stands in the way of me and a complete spell list. I think the idea is kind of cute because originally Mega Man, like in the original Japanese, all of the Mega Man characters in the original series have musical names. Like the characters' names are Rock and Roll, and then there's Blues, and then there's Forte and his dog Gospel, and your dog is Rush. Like all of the main characters have musical names. So like I have to think like some localizer at Capcom, like man, it's a shame that Mega Man X doesn't have that kind of cohesion. It'd be cool if we like kind of did an homage to the musical history of the series, and I'm going to do that by paying tribute to Guns N' Roses specifically, because Guns N' Roses music influenced some of the soundtrack in Mega Man X games. We almost maxed out our gold, not quite. I think cringe is too useful to get rid of. I think we have to sit on cringe. Where's my islands? They're up here somewhere. Oh, I'm so happy we get to do this finally. I think a music rhythm game with Mega Man songs would be amazing. It could just, you take Theatrhythm and use Mega Man soundtracks or devise like some kind of new rhythm game. That would be great. I think the Mega Man series overall has really cool music. You'd have to do covers of a lot of the tracks though. Like you wouldn't want 80% of the songs to be old chip tunes. Here we are, level 30. Here we go. Promoting. Oh, it's so good. And now I can equip all the good stuff. I can equip you. And I can equip you. Okay, so he's done. We can sell both of these. Because you've got a Pro Cape coming and you've got a ribbon coming. And we can do that. So there is, God, what's it called? There's like a fan-made kind of Guitar Hero game that works pretty well, actually. Like my Xbox guitar works on it pretty okay. For PC, where people do a lot of fan music and stuff. So I imagine you can find a fair amount of Mega Man music there. The problem is people tend to make really awful charts, because the same thing that always happens when you have a fan community making content is they make content kind of specifically for only the power gamers who are long-term members of the community. So there's not a lot of easy or medium difficulty charts. But I actually have some Final Fantasy covers for... I don't remember what the game's called now. I'm drawing a blank. Like, Open Hero or something? Hold on, let me look. I have it installed here. Clone Hero is what it's called. Any pure... Oh, that's Noah. That's why I can't find it. Oh, it's supposed to be Noah. Oh, it's down here. Okay, got it. Got it. I know what I'm doing. Oh, man, look at these nerds. They're so old. They're old and drippy. I don't play Rubber Ross's Mario Maker levels, so there's no point. I don't like the Kaizo challenges. I like watching them. I'd be into watching somebody play it. So that's just your sword. And you're going to hold this. So there's 2 more spots for swords. And now I can go buy some magic. Which means I gotta pull up my magic list here. So Ziza is finally getting spells. White magic from level 1 to 3. He's going to take Cure and Ruse. And he's the only one who learns Fog. And that should be it for level 1 magic. So nobody else needs spells until level 5. So you just need to go to Provoca, then Elfland, and nobody else needs spells until 5, which is where I'm going to get Warp and Life. And after I buy all the magic, I'm going to do a double check and make sure I have all the spells I need. And if I don't, I messed up somewhere and we have to restart. So I don't know if you're hoping that's going to happen or hoping that's not going to happen, but we'll see. All right, so you're going to get Mutes, and you're going to get Lamp. Oh, I didn't have to give Lamp to Noah then. Lamp, Invis, because you're getting it. Well, you can still get it, whatever. And you're the only one. No, I gave this to Noah as well. Has Alit. Alright, we're good to go. And the only level 3 magic he can learn is Cure 2 and Affer. Really, he should be able to go to level 4, even if the only level 4 spell he can learn is Ice. Just so he can complete his anti-element set. It's kind of weird that Knights can only go to level 3 while Ninjas can go to level 4. It feels like they're like, hey, we need Ninjas to be able to learn all the second tier elemental spells. But they didn't catch that Knights cannot learn all of the anti-element spells because they're denied level 4 access. Literally nobody has ever cared about this before now. Nobody has ever been like, man, if only my Knight could cast a Ice, we'd be fine. So he's the only one that gets Affer. Alright, so level 1... I've got Cure, Ruse, Fog, and Harm. Level 1 Black, I have Fire, Lit, Slep, and Lock. Level 2 White, Mute, Lamp, Alit, and Invis. Level 2 Black, Ice, Slow, Temper, and Dark. Level 3 White, Cure, Affer, Harm 2, and Heal.
Level 3 black. Lit 2, fur 2, hold, lock 2. Level 4 white. We have pure, amit, fear, and ice. Level 4 black. We've got fast, ice 2, sleep 2, and conf. And level 5 is where we pick it up. Chronomojo, thank you for clicking the member button and making Prompto sing. He does so love to sing. Alright, so white, level 5. KARY, or Noah is going to have... Noah already has level 5. Life, heal 2, harm 3. All that's left is cure 3, which KARY already has. Black, we've got fire 3 and bane. We need warp. And slow 2. Alright, so KARY. You already have slow 2, so you just need life. In here. Is that correct? Life, health 2, harm 3, and cure 3, and then you can get life. Yes, KARY can learn life. And then Zoc just needs to learn warp. Alright, on to level 6. You don't have to cancel your Twitch sub, but yeah, it would make sense. So the benefit of memberships over subs is that subs have to be $5 and Twitch gets half of that. YouTube memberships can be lower than $5. Like I think I've got like $1 and $2 tiers if you want, and I get more of that than I would with Twitch. I think I get 70% instead of 50%. What's up, Saruka? How you doing, man? Alright, magic in level 6. We'll start with white magic. So you have Invis 2, soft, and exit. So KARY is going to learn fog 2 and exit. You already have yours, so KARY needs to learn lit 3. Cool. So Noah needs exit. KARY's also going to get exit. I almost bought soft. That would have been awful. Wait, who has fog 2? Oh, you're getting fog 2 and exit. Okay. Exits. And you know what? Let's do this way so lit 3 is not all the far end. Okay. Oh, it would have been better to give KARY Invis 2, actually, and give Noah Fog 2, because Noah can cast this spell with an item. Oh well, that's... We already didn't do that, so... Let's sell our ice gear while we're here. Do we have that second ice sword still? No. We can sell this. And this. We'll buy 5 of everything before moving on. I was hoping there'd be softs here, but there's not. And so that's full magic up through 6. Next we need to go to Leafin to get the good level 8 magic. So yeah, this Black Wizard has much higher health than I typically would, because I think it's because we did so much leveling as a Black Mage. Black Mages get more HP per level than Black Wizards do. Usually I just promote right away, but we're actually seeing the increase in health from all that leveling. Then we go loot the Flying Castle, and we can exit out of there. I kind of wish the game tracked your kill count, because yeah, I think Noah would be better than Zoc. Weirdly enough. We had tacos for dinner, and I might have to go eat a Tums here in a little while. I'm having old man situations in the stomach. Some heartburn. The tacos were good, though. Why did I talk to you? Oh, because muscle memory. I thought I was picking up the chime. I'm not. I'm buying magic. I'm just playing on autopilot, and that just happens. So Zoc finally has a good attack spell that's not just Fire 3. Like, these Zombies are about to have a bad time, right? Like, if this is about to happen. Oh, that Zombie's not having it. He knows what was about to happen. He was peacing out. I got the Excalibur, right? He doesn't still have the defense? Yeah, cool. Ooh, we got Lit 3 too. Not like Lit 32, I mean Lit 3 also. Yeah, Lit 3-2 is the sequel to Lit 3. I know Final Fantasy XI uses spell nomenclature to determine single or multi-target, so Fire would hit one spell and Firaga would hit many targets. But it uses numbers to denote power, so you end up with spells like Firaga 3, which is silly. Okay. Level 7 Black Magic for KARY. KARY is the only one who can learn Ice 3. So you're getting Ice 3. And Zoc is getting Brack. Level 7 White Magic. KARY is not getting anything here, because he can't learn either of these. He's getting a rub in the next town. But Noah is getting Cure 4, and Noah is getting Harm 4. KARY can't learn Cure 4? He can't. Okay. Level 8 White Magic. So this is the only White Magic spell we're not learning. At level 8. And this is the only Black Magic spell we're not learning at level 8. So that just leaves level 7 magic from Onrak, and then we're done with all our magic. Let's buy some more items while we're here. And fly to Onrak, and then double check that we haven't made any mistakes, and then I can save in good conscience. Use up our last nuke. Oh, we don't have nuke anymore. We better bring out some big guns. That was 680 damage without fast. Unless I saw incorrectly there. So yeah, what's shorthand in my little thing right here? My little diddly-do for social media sites. Like, what shorthand would I put there for Discord? That people would know, oh, I go to this, I use that information to get to Brickroad's Discord if I don't want to, or can't see the description for whatever. Like, we have a permanent invite link, but it's just a string of random characters. I'm not sure how people actually share Discord links. in the real world. Okay, level 7 magic in Anrak. I could pay for a Vanity Discord link. I didn't know that was... Like, how much does that cost? It's probably a subscription thing, right? Like, I gotta pay like 20 bucks a month or something. Okay, I gotta take a look here. KARY is learning a rub, because it's the only level 7 spell he can get in White Magic. And then Noah already has harm 4, is getting heal 3. And then Zoc gets both of these. And we're almost out of money now. Looking pretty sexy. So these are the only level 7 spells Red Wizards can get, which means these are the level 7 spells that they had to learn. And this is the only level 6 black magic spell that Red Wizards can get. So as a result, my black wizard is not allowed to cast Lit 3 or Ice 3 because he has to use all his slots for something else. I'm going to spend the rest of this money on softs and then save the game. And then we will go to the floating castle. If it's like a one-time purchase fee of like 20 bucks or something, it might be worth getting a vanity link for Discord. Kind of feels good to use up all this gold, actually. Because we still have the last 20 levels to grind out still ahead of us. And that's probably going to have to max out our gold as well. But this way, none of this gold is going to waste. All of it is going into our item piles that we want to have for whatever reason. Stay at the end here. Thanks for hanging out, Lysander. I'm glad you're enjoying the grind. The highest tier of server boosting? Oh, that's like where you pay for them to promote your Discord channel or something? That's probably way out of my price range, for sure. Wonder if Ziza's gonna hit 1,000 hit points. Well, not literally 1,000. That's not possible in this version, but 999 hit points is possible. Doobly-doo. That's some slang that I think should stay around. There is nothing wrong with the word doobly-doo. No, the White Wizard can't walk on water. You still need a ship. Or a canoe. If the White Wizard could walk on water, you could get to the volcano too early. Which is just preposterous. Yeah, we'll kill these. Why not? Okay. We need to loot the floating castle, and then we need to loot the Temple of Fiends, and we will have opened every treasure box in the game. And then it's just a matter of the grind. Just in case I get punked in the tower by something. I can't imagine what's up here. Did I... Alright, so I have 2 slots for his ribbon, for Corey's ribbon and Corey's pro cape. Excellent. I know that somebody's done graphics mods for Final Fantasy 1. I've seen randomizer races use them, where they use custom sprites for their characters. Like, I've seen people where the White Wizard, instead of looking like a weird, like, death metal enthusiasts, has, like, the Final Fantasy 3 kitty costume, which has become the standard for white mages going forward. It's not an HD pack, it's just custom sprites. I hate it when I pull up a Minecraft video on YouTube that looks interesting and they're using like one of those Ultra HD texture packs. Like, man, they just look awful. It's like if you make Minecraft look too realistic, it just looks terrible. It needs to look like pixels made of, like blocks made of pixels. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. So we got the first floor of the floating castle. So we need floor 2 and 3, and then we're done. Is there something wrong with Minecraft discourse? Noah got stoned through her ribbon. That is a 1 out of 256 chance of happening. But I have soft potions, so everything's okay. And the Paralift ran away. Buttface, I think you're the only person that doesn't like Minecraft. I think everybody else is on board. Everybody else is cool with Minecraft except for you. Nobody knows what your friggin' problem is, man. I love Minecraft. I think Minecraft is the game of the decade. Well, not anymore. We're on into a new decade now. Didn't you make that video about how Minecraft isn't good? I didn't watch it, but that's what it said. Or at least that's what I projected onto it as having been said. What am I doing here? I guess it doesn't matter. I started playing Minecraft, I want to say 2010. The early alpha builds of Minecraft were becoming commercially available, and that's when I got into it. First in the creative mode, and then we set up a survival server for a little while. For the past few years, I've pretty much only played single player. I do single player hardcore when I play, and it's just enjoyable. I think they could get away with doing like a sequel, though. I think you could maybe not replace the existing Minecraft, but maybe put up a you could release Minecraft 2 and then just continue to support the original Minecraft. Especially now that they're kind of turning it into its own platform where it has its own launcher where you launch like the Dungeons version. Which is another thing that I think I would enjoy playing, the Minecraft Dungeons. Looks like a Diablo clone, but it's not as complicated or as grindy as Diablo. I doubt I would put hundreds and hundreds of hours into it, but it might consume a long weekend, you know. I'd put it on my Steam wish list, but it's not on Steam, so... Noah has considerably more hit points than KARY. Like, quite a few, but KARY has better armor. A hoe use? Oh good, a silver hat. I'm just going to immediately throw that away. There's like a bunch of these. I think we found 4 silver hats in chests, and I think you can buy them as well. Who needs all these silver hats? Like, I think people will still be playing Minecraft even after, like, Fortnite burns away. I don't even remember the last time I heard somebody mention PUBG. Like, there was a time there where people were like, PUBG's gonna be around forever. Like, everybody's playing PUBG. You're not playing PUBG? What do you mean you're not playing PUBG? Who doesn't play PUBG? It's the only game we're ever gonna need anymore. I haven't heard anybody mention PUBG for... I can't even remember when. Fortnite kind of came along and drank its milkshake, but like even Fortnite is a fad though. Like the star on Fortnite will fade when the next fad comes along. But Minecraft is not a fad. Minecraft has some real staying power. That game connected with people in a way that very few games ever connect with people. I'm okay with relying on the wiki for certain games. For games with really complicated rule sets, like NetHack and Minecraft, I think the wiki does a better job of it than you could ever have in the game itself. I don't think Minecraft's here's how to play the game tools need to explain everything in the game. I think it just needs to get you rolling enough that you understand that a wiki is out there. If you try to tutorialize everything that you can do in Minecraft inside of Minecraft, first of all, it wouldn't work because there's way too much stuff. And second of all, so much of like Minecraft's lore, like so much of the typical Minecraft experience is like emergent gameplay that kind of came up out of people playing it for so long and developers responding to that. So I don't think that's fair criticism, really. One thing Minecraft did add was it put the recipes in the game for the items, and I think that's kind of as far as you can go with it. And it has the achievement tree as a kind of, hey, here's a list of things that you might work towards as you go. But I don't know, I think Pokemon is the same way because, well, Pokemon is a fad, but it's a generational fad. It's a fad that originally tapped into people's like collective instinct. This is Noah's armor. So we can drop this. And then eventually, nowadays it just taps into their nostalgic instinct. So now Pokemon is here with us forever. So all we need now is a Pro Cape for KARY, and we're done. If I could sell the Opal Shield, I would, but we're gonna fill up our entire armor set in here. It's a good reference, though. Threw it on the ground. That's not my dad. That's a cell phone. Duh! It's a good song. I like it a lot. The Lonely Island. I definitely think there are fad aspects to Pokemon. Like, when the card game first came out, it was a huge fad. And then it kind of retreated and settled back into just a card game that some kids play. Same thing with Pokemon Go. When Pokemon Go first came out, it was an enormous fad. Everybody was playing Pokemon Go. And now there are still people who play it, but it's not ubiquitous anymore. Gotta throw that away. Ooh, the final dungeon. Does it have armor that I'm going to have to throw away pro rings to keep? I wonder. Well, you know, let's fight these guys. Whatever. They attacked me. Screw these nerds. Let's use this, though. Like, yeah, there are definitely still people that get super into the Pokemon card game. But, dude, when I was in high school and Pokemon was, like, still brand new, like Red and Blue was, and the card game launched in North America, the universe was nutsack for it. Zoc has a free spell now, finally. Yeah, because I think there might be armor pieces in the final dungeon. I need to open their boxes, so I'll just be throwing away pro rings, I guess. I might have to look up maps to see where the boxes actually are in the final dungeon. I don't know where they all are. I can quite confidently say that I have no plans of playing Pokemon Red, regardless of how many members I get. I'm just going to grab a quick map, Jikuryu. I'll just load up. I've got map resources for Final Fantasy. So there's the last piece of armor. So, in the final dungeon, I do believe there's armor in chests. I think one of them's a Pro Cape. So I can throw away KARY's Pro Cape and immediately replace it. Anything else, I'm going to have to throw away Pro Rings because that's the only piece of equipment on this list that I can replace. So we have to throw away a Pro Ring here. To get that cloth, which we'll immediately throw away. I like my numbers like I like my women. 4 digits. Yeah, work that one out. Man cats are trouble. I'm leaving. No, 17 is the biggest number. I don't know where you guys are getting your information. And that's almost our last weapon. Only one more weapon slot. I've never seen Mr. Show. I only know it by title. I don't even know it by reputation. Like, I couldn't even name what goes on Mr. Show. Ugh. Let's replace our Pro Ring, and then I'm going to grab a map of the Temple of the Fiends. I'm going to be able to add so many check marks to the page. So the only spellcasting equipment we have here are the Zeus Gauntlet and the Power Gauntlet. All the other spellcasting equipment we're able to equip. So technically, Zeza could be stronger if he was wearing an Opal helmet instead of a heal helmet, but I'd rather have the heal helmet because it's a spellcasting item. Let's just finish up cabins. So tonight what I'm going to do is I'm going to send out a poll to my channel members, which I think there are 5 now. I can't see the number right now. And I'm going to put on the poll, we'll either move on to Final Fantasy 5, 6, 7, or 10. I kind of want to get 6 out of the way a little early because grinding up all of, like, filling out all of the rages is going to be kind of a pain in the butt. And that's something I want to spread over the year if I can. And Final Fantasy X for the same reason. I don't like the story of Final Fantasy X, so playing it early and getting it out of the way is a better idea than waiting on it. I mean, 5 is whatever. Like, if I play 5 and then have to replay it during the Fiesta, I'm okay with that. I can do that. There's actually a version of the Fiesta ROM that cuts out all the cutscenes and stuff that I was thinking about using this year. Which I wouldn't want to do for the almost perfect save anyway. Maybe what I'll do, instead of doing the level 50 grind in this tomorrow, maybe what I'll do is I'll just pull this save off the shelf once a night or so towards the end of the stream and go fight a Warmech. And just slowly build up levels to 50 by fighting the Warmechs. Alright, let me grab a map of this dungeon. The reason I want to look at a map is because I want to know what's in a treasure chest before I open it. So I can hold off on throwing away my pro ring for as long as possible. There's a pro ring in here and a pro... Oh, is that the only armor in here? A pro ring and a pro cape? That works out really well, actually, then. The pro ring is... Let's see here. Somebody just made Prompto sing. Who was it? Praktos, thank you so much for becoming a member and making Prompto sing. He does so love to sing. Okay, so on KARY's floor, the left chest is a pro ring. So I'll throw away Ziza's pro ring and then replace it. And then the right chest is a pro cape. So I'll throw away Corey's pro cape and then replace it. That's the plan. Sounds good. Okay, so I won't have to ever go without a pro ring again. No probalo. So there's not really an encounter percentage for Warmech. It doesn't work that way. The encounter list in Final Fantasy 1 is hard-coded. So it's like you can picture every dungeon or every block of the overworld has a list of 256 encounters, and you always get the same encounters in the same order. There's some variance as to what monsters you can find in these encounters. For example, this encounter here, I think you can roll between 1 and 4 Frost Dragons. But this was always going to be Frost Dragons. So in the list of 256 encounters, 8 of them are Warmechs. So it does work out to about 1 in 64. But it's not like you have a 1 in 64 chance of seeing Warmech in each encounter. You're going to see all 8 every time you go through the full lists. If you just fight on that floor long enough to see 256 encounters in a row, you will always see 8 Warmechs. And you'll always see them at the same times, too. There's one spot in the encounter list where there are 2 Warmechs virtually back-to-back. It's a Warmech, and then some encounter, and then another Warmech. So that's something I've actually done before, is just hung out on that floor and did 256 fights in a row. That's something this party could probably do that, actually. We'd have some difficulty surviving the Warmechs, I think. Right now. But I think from power on, you have to fight. I want to say it's like 64 encounters before you see the first Warmech in the lists, and that's why they have a reputation for being so rare. Because if you turn the game on and go right to the dungeon, you probably got to fight through 30 or 40 encounters before you see one. There are even more rare encounters in the game. There's one floor in this dungeon where you can find an iron golem. And they're as rare as Warmechs, but they're on a floor that has a lower encounter rate. And then there's a blue dinosaur in a particular desert on the overworld that is equally rare. But I remember as a kid, we never saw this blue dinosaur before, but it's there on the... The game came with a pack-in with this big enemy chart with all the enemies in the game and their stats. but we'd never seen the blue dinosaur, but we kind of knew it was in the desert, right? Somebody heard from somebody that that's where it was. So what we would do is like we'd turn on the game and play for an hour looking for the blue dinosaur. And of course you can't find it inside of an hour. It's not possible. You got to fight through more encounters than that. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boxes in here. 2 are in the Phantom Room. 3 are on KARY's floor. I'm missing 1. 4 are on KARY's floor. KARY's floor is actually very large and sprawling. It's just the items there you typically never get. Alright, cool. Dude, your uncle works at Nintendo? That's awesome. Who are gonna be the mans in the next Mega Man game? Do you know? Are they the bad mans? The bad mans are here. This is just a bad fight to be in. So here's the Phantom. That was a large amount of damage. So was that. Alright, so this should be Gil. Quite a lot. And then this should be Gil. I think it's the highest amount of Gil you can find in a box. Nice. We invented hundreds of Mega Man characters as children and drew up little levels and like drew their faces and stuff. It's awesome. I mean, we usually did it on notebook paper, but yeah, there were times when we didn't have notebook paper and had to get creative. We'd like draw them on the back of like homework. And we used paper plates. No, we're still treasure hunting. We're just 31. How did we go down the stairs on the west side and arrive on the east side? So this monster here is worth an enormous, stupid amount of experience. But you can't fight them consistently enough to make it worthwhile. But that's a lot of experience points for one monster, and you can find up to 4 of them. And now that I've read Dune, I get it. I get the monster now. So bad news, Trouble. Well, good news, but bad news for you. You can see by the little meter I have on screen, you are no longer the only member of the channel. So you were the first, but not the only one anymore. So when I send out a members only poll link tonight to pick the Final Fantasy story I start playing through next stream, you no longer unilaterally get to decide for everyone. And the bot, I still don't know what's up with the bot. I suspect the bot just doesn't work for YouTube. It's just for Twitch. I suspect that is the case. My apologies. I will look into getting a chatbot in here that we can use, because I think we need to have one. Like, we should have one. But the one that's integrated in the stream elements that I'm using obviously doesn't work. We don't have anybody in chat who would like to do some pro bono chatbot programming, do you? No, nobody do free work for me, please. But I want to find somebody with a chatbot that has a working loyalty system where we have fun points we can spend on stuff. I would like that a lot as well. How much exposure? Well, I've got 18 viewers right now. How's that sound? I don't think taking my shirt off is against YouTube's terms of service the way it is Twitch's. But I don't know that it's not either. In any event, I don't have any desire to take my shirt off, so it's a moot point. It would affect the white balance. That's the truth. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Alright, let's see if he nukes us. I'm gonna nuke him for sure. He sure did. Boy, howdy. Dead. Momentarily dead. He won't be dead for long. Okie day, the KARY floor. So we go around like usual, just we go to the south. And then there's a treasure room to the left with a pro ring, a treasure room to the right with a pro cape, and each of those rooms goes on to the next treasure box. And those should be the final treasure boxes of the game. After that, we will have opened them all. No, there's one more after that. Hey, okay, this might be why I thought there were 2 Agamas happening. Because you can get the 2 Agama encounters here. Oh yeah, we did the 4 orbs very quickly. The orbs are almost an afterthought, really. I like to do the dungeons in order of the loot they have. And then I'll fight a fiend if I'm there. Typically in a vanilla run, I don't go to the volcano at all until the very end of the game. But yeah, the orbs tend to happen rapid fire. Ooh. This will be big ups. I wonder if Zoc would have ever hit 400 health if we had left him a black mage. Wow, we got 2 Agamas. Nice. Oh, you know what? Bane's not going to work on these. I don't know what I was thinking. Fire elementals don't have to breathe. Just do this instead. We are bouncing back nicely from that nuke fiasco we just lived through. So this room should be a pro ring. Nice. I kind of feel bad that the nature of like console RPGs now is always to create their own stories and mythology. Because back in the 80s, around the time of especially the computer RPGs, the Bard's Tale and Wizardry kind of games, but then going into Final Fantasy as well, instead of like creating their own mythologies, a lot of them just kind of grabbed stuff from the hodgepodge of fantasy literature that was available, which is why you have weird stuff like D&D beholders and Doom worms in Final Fantasy. But it's kind of too bad that that practice wore out, because I would kind of like to play a modern RPG that's just kind of a grab bag of everything. Like, there are Discworld and Harry Potter and Game of Thrones references just kind of peppered in there. Because if your thing is just a hodgepodge of a bunch of other things, it kind of has its own flavor to it a little bit. This is weird because we're underground, but we can see the sky. We have truly gone beyond the looking glass. So that's not actually a new room. That's the top of the map. That's how big this map is it goes all the way to the edge and loops around. So we actually just throw this away. Because we need the space. Actually, we're going to attack the Agamas. Because the Giant's more likely to go down to Bane. It didn't, but it was more likely to. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Lots of experience walking around on this floor at any event. I kind of like, too, how each dungeon in the game, because each dungeon has, like, rarer random encounters, with tougher monsters, like this red giant Agama combination, you can find those in the volcano, and they're definitely volcano monsters, and you probably recognize them from there. But because they don't appear in great numbers, the volcano is still doable. But then they can do this final dungeon where they have these themed floors, where it's like, oh, there's volcano monsters. But they're still, like, as tough as endgame monsters because they're in this formation. You're fighting the more rare monsters and you're fighting more of them. But you can have the challenge level without having to completely abandon the volcano monsters, which are no longer a threat. So we poisoned the ones that I was going to attack. Oh, never mind. I was going to attack that one too. Cool. Dead. So this should be a pro cape. And it is. Cool. So our armor screen is now complete. And now we go open a treasure box that I am fairly confident nobody has ever touched in history. The map is not on the Final Fantasy wiki, so it's pretty trustworthy. I'm not sure. We'll get all of them tonight, except level 50, I think. And then maybe instead of doing a just naked grind in this game, what we'll do is every few streams, we'll play Final Fantasy and go fight Warmech and just take those experience points, and then we'll slowly get up to 50 over time. Instead of just burning it all up. A completionist 14 run? 14's not on the list. I will not be playing any of 11 or 14 during this. I actually have lots of friends that play 14, and they have pressured me to start playing 14 in the past, but I have resisted, and I have played enough of 11 to last a lifetime. The only thing I could see myself signing up to play 14 for is if I get a burning desire to make a 14-themed villainous deck. And I don't see that happening because I just have no nostalgia or knowledge of the game. Whereas I don't particularly like Final Fantasy XI, but it was my first MMO back in the day, so I have considerable nostalgia for it. So it's not impossible that I would play 14 someday, but I don't particularly see it as likely. We're bopping 2 levels through here, man. Ready! That's what they are. They're red Ds. That's what I said. I always look over here when I'm talking to you guys, because that's where the chat is. From your perspective, it looks like I'm just looking down at the ground. But this is how I read chat. To actually make eye contact, I've got to look up here at the camera. But this, I can't see you at all. I'm just looking at a light and a camera. So... I can always just read the story on Reddit or something. Like, I don't have to play the game to read the story. It's very rare that I will play a game specifically to enjoy the story of it. That just, it's not really a thing that I do. Alright, KARY. I think we're going to fade and nuke you, I think. I don't see any reason not to do this. Sorry, we have got ribbons and dragon armor, and just not gonna get there with Fur 3. I don't have anything against walking simulator or clicker games. I played a lot of Cookie Clicker this year. I did a run of Space Plan a few weeks ago. Space Plan is a cool little game. Fade is holy, yes. But at the time, Nintendo didn't want any religious iconography in their games. So they changed Holy to Fade. And in Final Fantasy IV, they changed it to White. And then in Final Fantasy VI, they changed it to Pearl. So when Final Fantasy VII made Holy a big part of the plot, we were like, we didn't realize it was a reference. We didn't, like, in Final Fantasy VII, it sets up this, like, ultimate black magic meteor versus ultimate white magic holy kind of dichotomy. That was totally lost on North American audiences because Holy had never been called Holy, and we didn't put 2 and 2 together. Nuke is Flare, yes. Which I think Nuke is a better name for a spell, personally, than Flare. Not quite as fantasy-oriented, I guess. Also, in some games, flare is fire element, and in some games, it's non-elemental. Which kind of confuses the matter a little bit more. It is multi-target in this version, and it typically isn't. Unless you give Rydia Omnicasts. Yeah, I wish I'd given KARY Invis 2 and Noah Fog 2. Because then I could put 2 Invis 2s up in one round using the white shirt. Oh well. Chrono Trigger is a Final Fantasy game, and Flare being in Chrono Trigger proves it. If you guys needed any more evidence that Chrono Trigger is a Final Fantasy game, there you go. There's also a version of Flare in that game that is a frog. There is a frog Flare. A giant frog that is on fire and exploding and bouncing on the enemies. I don't know why I'm going with Lit 2. I'm not going to cast Lit 3 at any other point. Wait a minute, hold on. Why? Why do you have a level 8 spell charge? You ignorant schnub. You can't use level 8 magic. Why do you have a spell charge there? Why is anything words? Huh? I ask you. Now I'm mad. Now I'm upset. Yeah, Biggs and Wedge are in Chrono Trigger. The evidence is piling up. Let's take a look here. I want to top everybody off just in case Kraken goes upside somebody's head. And we need to make sure that we kill him. Or make sure that we give ourselves the highest chances of survival here. I'm just going to go completely nutsack on him, though. I'm not going to... Yeah, see, that's exactly why we wanted to go to max HP. As long as we don't lose KARY and Noah at the same time, we're in good shape. Got him. I know that the Fiends are worth less experience as we go. That's kind of strange. So this is the floor where you can find iron golems. And we might see one, because we're pretty deep in the encounter lists after playing for 4.5 hours today. We probably won't see one, but we might. We may yet, Mr. Frodo. We may yet. So actually, they did add save points to Final Fantasy III, in the Steam version at least. Because the game auto-saves every map, and if you die, you can just continue, and it puts you back on that map. Personally, I actually like the challenge at the end of Final Fantasy III. I think Final Fantasy III is the really the only final dungeon in the series that has real teeth. Just because the stakes are so high at the end. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good design or that I want every Final Fantasy game to be that way, but I think it gives Final Fantasy III a unique character. But in the Steam version, like if the Cloud of Darkness kills you at the end, if you pick continue instead of load game, it puts you back on the map with the Cloud of Darkness. So you don't have to replay the whole dungeon again. You still can't leave the dungeon to go level up and stuff, but you can take another crack at those boss fights at the end. But every subsequent final dungeon in a Final Fantasy series, some of them are difficult, and some of them have cool gimmicks, and some of them have great boss fights. But there's never any stakes, because if you die in any other final dungeon, it just sends you back maybe a couple rooms instead of the entire dungeon. Most players don't enjoy that kind of tension you get when you get to like the Cloud of Darkness fight and you realize how much content there is to replay, and then she starts using an attack that does more damage than any other attack you've ever seen anything do in that game. But it gives the game a kind of unique flavor, so I'm glad it is the way it is. I think adding save points would have altered the flavor too much. But the Famicom version still exists, so it's not like it would have been a major loss. Loving these worms, man. Stack them up. Yeah, it's kind of a mean trick, because you find one ribbon, like elsewhere in the game. When you get to the World of Darkness, and there are 4 side areas, each one with a ribbon. So it's easy to open up that like chest and like, oh, I'm equipping a 4th ribbon. This must be the 4th boss. But then if you go fight Cloud of Darkness at that point, you can't kill her. She's invincible. You have to fight all 4 of the bosses and pick up your 5th ribbon. But yeah, I have lost to Cloud of Darkness in both versions of Final Fantasy III and been really salty about it. Because the stakes are so high. You get there and you got to go through the entire Crystal Tower and fight Xandy, and then the entire cutscene with the Curse of the Worms. And then the whole World of Darkness with 8 boss fights. And then you fight the final boss. That is every treasure box in the game, every spell we can conceivably get, our weapon and armor screens are filled. All that's left to do is finish filling our inventory with all of this garbage, max out our level, and max out our gold. So, I guess what we're going to do tonight is just go ahead and kill Chaos and watch the ending of this game. What do you guys think? This is so we still have a lot of leveling up to do, because we can go all the way to 50, and you need way more spell charges. Everybody needs way more spell charges. It should tap out at 9 for every level, I think, but we don't need to open up any more boxes. So this is... I planned this out before I even started playing. So we have every spellcasting weapon. We have the Thor Hammer, the Mage stick, the wizard stick, the bane sword, the light axe, and the heal stick. And then the rest of the spaces I filled out with what I thought would be kind of unique equipment, like the great axe. You can only get one of, and there's not many other axes. The ice... Oh, I guess I don't have... Oh, I do have a flame sword. Ice and flame sword. Thor hammer, which is spell casting. And then the Vorpal defense and katana, which are kind of unique weapons. We actually cannot equip the katana. Only the ninja can equip the katana. Defense is also a spellcasting weapon. And then on the armor lists, we have the strongest armor we can equip on 3 of the characters. Spellcasting equipment here is the heal helmet, which is not his strongest helmet, but it is unique. White and black shirts, power gauntlet, and Zeus gauntlet. But you kind of need ribbons and pro rings to like survive the game. So unfortunately, I couldn't carry more of the unique equipment than what I have. So this is the compromise I came up with. And then, of course, full magic sets. This is all of the magic spells in the game except for Exfer and Stop. Let's go kill Chaos. Yeah, that was also intentional to give Ziza 4 weapons that don't have little icons next to them. I think the only other weapon that does that, the rapier and the scimitar do, the earlier weapons. And I think the Mazmune is the last one that does. And I want to point out, it is not Masamune, it is Mazmune. That's how it's spelled. That's where it is. Alright, let's fight through this dungeon we just literally fought through. But this time we're going to run from the encounters, because we can't keep the experience anyway. So anything runnable, we will run from. This party is going to have zero problem pooping all over Chaos. We are super over-leveled. The original Japanese fart noises? What's the kanji for fart noises? Saruka, sleep well, my friend. Oh, the 9 Badmans, though. I don't like the Badmans. We'll top people up to 3 hundo before the Phantom, because the Phantom can hit hard. Everybody else is fine. Okay. You know, we're going to throw out some healing here. We'll just use regular heal, I guess. Because your boy gonna one-shot this jabroni. Oh, I should have attacked with Noah. Noah's got the Mazmune. What am I thinking? I think gas dragons are the only things on this floor we have to fight. Worms we have to fight. We can't run from them. But most everything else in here is runnable. Fire and earth elementals, if we run into, we have to fight. This we have to fight. Let's clear them up in one round, actually. So if you are a channel member, I'm going to be setting out a poll. You'll see it in your YouTube posts if you log in and check wherever you check your YouTube posts. So next time I stream, I can't guarantee it will be tomorrow. It probably will be, but I don't want to guarantee that because I don't know yet. We will start either Final Fantasy 5, 6, 7, or 10, based on what the poll says. Oh yeah, I got this. Chaos is going. I fight Chaos routinely at like level 19. Like, this ain't no thing but a chicken wing. And we're only going to get stronger. We still have 20-some levels to go. No, we have fewer than 20 levels now, because everybody's cracked 30 at this point. So yeah, instead of just grinding to 50 on whatever, what we'll do is we'll just put Final Fantasy 1 into the grind rotation. Like, we'll boot it up for a few minutes, go fight a war mech, and then exit out, and we'll just save that experience for next time. That's what we'll do. And then over the course of the year, at some point we'll land on level 50, and we'll be happy. Oh, Cat Claw is also another weapon that doesn't have an icon. I would have liked to have had a Cat Claw in my inventory, but they're not unique. You can buy them. They're expensive, but they're not unique. But it would have been cool. If there had been one fewer spellcasting item in the game, I probably would have gone with a Cat Claw instead of... I guess it's unique in the sense that it's a good weapon that a Black Wizard can equip. So as long as Nuke doesn't tear up Noah and KARY both, and I don't think it can. I don't think it can do that much damage if we go in at full health. We should be fine here. Grrr, Medusas. I guess I'll archive this tonight, too, since this is the end of the story. I don't want to use your Cure... Well, I guess I'll use one Cure 3 on Ziza here, because that's also your life slot. Alright, that should be good. Attack, 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 nuke. I just did that last night. If you look at the Final Fantasy IV playlists, they should have episode numbers. And I'll do the same thing with this series as well when I archive it tonight. I made a template so I can very easily change the data as these go live, and I can throw them into a playlist, so it's all good. So I have given some thought to all of that. I'm going to assume this is an unrunnable encounter. I don't know that for a fact, but I don't want to find out the hard way. This is runnable. Actually, you know, this is probably the same encounter as with the red giant, to be honest. So yeah, I'll bet that red giant is runnable. It is. Okay. Good to know. Take a quick L2 is the order here. Fire 3 is not going to get you there, baby cakes. This is not runnable. But they don't like Ice 3 much. This encounter is kind of the only reason to have Ice 3. There's nothing really else to recommend the spell. Unless you just want to use level 7 spell slots to damage monsters. I think the water elementals are actually tougher than the air elementals for some reason, even though you're supposed to encounter the air elementals later. I don't know why. Wizards are not runnable, so we'll have to fight these guys with Lit 3, I think. I want to thank everybody who hit that membership button today. That was one of the things I was worried about, is whether people who were already subscribed on Twitch would hit that membership button, because I realize it is kind of a pain in the butt to cancel one thing and sign up on another thing. And I understand that people aren't going to want to maintain a subscription on Twitch if I'm not streaming there often anymore. So I'm glad to see a lot of you who are already on my Twitch channel with subscriptions bringing them over here, and some new people signing up as well. I want to thank everybody. So that's something I was worried about, and I see now that I should not have been that worried, which is always a good feeling when something you were worried about turns out to have not been that big of a deal. It's a good feeling. This we can run from. The Sea Scorpions, which is what I think they're called in other versions of this game. Alright, we're going to want to level up. Not level up, heal up here. Let's just go ahead and throw a heal 3 out. And then cure 2 until you are attack fast. Attack fast. I'll try to get those other emotes set up too, so you guys have access to the rooster and the Rydia. Damn! Zoc got. Kraken can hit up to 8 times, and sometimes he just puts 600 damage up your nose. You know, nothing you can do about it. This, I think, is runnable. We gonna find out. Yeah. God, I haven't thought about that run of Final Fantasy 1 in years. Trying to get out with the Mazmune. Ugh. Ugh. So, we're not susceptible to Bane anymore, unfortunately. So we gotta push to, I think, 1100 hit points. Are we susceptible to Bane? Dun dun dun! No, we're not. The glory of ribbons. 8 trains, and every one of them crashed into Zoc. He's like, Zoc, you going to the show? And Zoc like, what show? And he's like, gun show, baby! Knocked him on the floor. It was sad to see. You hate to see it. Kraken is also a pretty disgusting boss in Final Fantasy III as well. The Kraken fight is usually a roadblock. It's kind of like the last boss in the game that's actually a major roadblock, but it is a roadblock. I'm going to use potions here, I think, and heal everybody the folks. They're not going away because we're not saving this progress, so... You guys want to see something I never knew about as a kid? Oh, we can't get back there, never mind. You can actually talk to the altars, and they say what altar they are. I thought we could do it in this room, but we can't. We can't actually get over there. Alright, we're going to start out with fast and fast. Ice 3's not going to get you there, buddy. And then you're going to fast my man with the Sun Sword. Now we're not going to get no 1100 damage hit without a black belt, unfortunately, but is Corey going to be the guy? No, not quite. You've got nothing else to do. You're down to Fire 3. You know what? Cast Blind. Nobody's ever used this spell in history. Ineffective. Who would have guessed? You might as well cast Fire 3 then. Terminated. So that's Final Fantasy 1 story completion. We are done with this nonsense. So I'm going to put up that poll tonight and send it out to members. The 5 or 6 of you or whoever who hit that membership button. Thank you so much. I'm going to put 5, 6, 7, and 10 on the poll. I'm really excited to play through 7 again, like right now. I'm ready to boot it up and go through it. 5 and 6 are games I kind of want to start. 5, 6, and 10, actually, are games that I want to start earlier rather than later, because I think they're going to have long tails. I think we're going to get through the story pretty quickly, but then there's going to be a long period of just grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and filling out all the stuff. So we have broken the time loop. Also, if you guys did not know, there's a board game that my wife and I are obsessed with called Disney Villainous. And on Tabletop Simulator, I am making a mod for Villainous based on Final Fantasy villains. I have that playlist on my channel. If you go to my channel, you can find a playlist of like the decks that I'm making. I have one video that I need to finish up to go live for the newest deck that I put out. And if you go over to our Discord, I think that link should be down there underneath the video as well. We do set up villainous tables from time to time, playtesting tables, where we get together and play the game. Typically, if you go into the Discord and be like, hey, who can we get some dudes for villainous, people will get a table together. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I might want to do villainous tomorrow instead of stream. And I don't really want to stream villainous, although I guess I could. I would have to stream it to Twitch, though, because all my friends... They curse like sailors. They say the F word and the Q word. And all the words in between. Especially if they're losing in villainous. But that's something I've been working on for the past, like, 2 years or so. One villain at a time. There's 7 on the table now, and we have, like, 7 more in playtesting. And after that, I've got, like, 5 more that I've just drafted that I haven't even started working on in earnestness. So probably by the time 2021 comes to a close and this project is seeing its end, then we'll probably have a good 20 villainous decks for Final Fantasy. I have 2 Sephiroth decks drafted. I drafted one for Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I don't know if I like it because it's impossible to tell what Sephiroth is even doing in that game. But then they announced him for Smash Brothers, so I made a troll deck based around Sephiroth for Smash Brothers, who's also live tonight. Oh, I'm gonna have to get the Switch out and give Sephiroth a test run. I think he just went live today. Cool. But first thing on the agenda is to get this archived and then hopefully finish editing the Shantoto Villainous video. So if you've never seen Final Fantasy I for NES before, I'm glad to have gone through it. So what we'll do is, instead of just doing the naked grind to 50, just every once in a while, we'll pick this up off the shelf and we'll go fight a war mech. And fighting our way through Mirage Tower and Floating Castle and seeing a war mech, we will earn experience, and then over time, that experience will get us to level 50. We also have to finish buying the rest of our items and maxing out our money, but I think that'll just happen naturally as we do all that fighting. It's been a long time since I've had a Final Fantasy party this absurdly powerful. I've had some randomizer runs where you like start the game, you can buy nuke swords for everybody, and you're just casting nuke the whole game. But other than that, this is kind of silly how powerful this party is. So next time I stream, it'll be either 5, 6, 7, or 10, depending on what the members want to see. We'll just wait for Nasir to finish showing off his weird graphical strangeness here. Like, this is actually very technically impressive stuff to see on the NES right here. Like, this is not... Because the graphics here aren't tile-based. He's using some other rendering technique that I don't know anything about. Just showing off. I'm gonna send it out as a YouTube post, so it should go out to all members in YouTube. It should show up, like you might see it. I'm actually not totally sure. You'll have to tell me where you end up seeing it. You might see it as like a little message pop up in YouTube, in your inbox. You might see it in your subscription feed. I actually don't know the answer to that. So, thanks so much, guys. I'm leaving. I've got work to do. I'll see you next stream. Everybody, peace out and sleep well.